Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's European Unity League stream. I'm Gary, and I'm joined, like last week, with Vizos.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone going? We are very excited to be bringing Legacy for you today.
Yes, I'm very excited. Playing Legacy today, and I've also got some. We've done some different things this week. So some of you may have joined into the Let's Sealed stream we did last week on the Saturday with me and Vizos, and there were a few issues getting feature match stuff done. Those have been resolved, we hope. We've tried something different for the coverage, so we'll be able to actually bring you uninterrupted match footage. So that won't be an issue this week, I hope. But that'll be good. We'll be able to get some proper commentary done, and hopefully you guys will get a lot more matches to cover. And I think we know it's worked because they did it on the modern stream on Sunday, so that all seemed to go quite well. And hopefully everyone enjoyed that stream as well. I joined in for a few rounds. It was very good to watch. Everyone did really well. So do you want to talk about? Do we want to talk about the what they're playing for today?
Exactly. Let's go. Can you show us the pricing?
Yes, so tournament structure for today, it's Legacy. As I mentioned, it's Swiss rounds with a cut to top 8. Obviously, it's a deck list, it's Comp REL, and no proxies, so it's all Legacy, as we'd expect for a major Legacy tournament. And the main things they're playing for today, obviously you can see on the prizes on the left, first and fourth get a Flooded Strand. They get, first and fourth, also get the RFG Deck Box Max. 5th to 8th get the RFG regular deck box. And we can also see on the right-hand side here the range of prize money or store credit payout for the prizes. So 9th to 16th get €45. Everyone above that gets a minimum of €100. And of course, what everyone's really playing for today is that invite to the European Unity League finals. So straight invite to that. So
yeah, exactly. BB-Spiele is a store in Germany. It's quite on the border of Austria and Germany. So we have a good show up, a good turnout. And let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. We've got 38 players here today. As you can see here, this is a European Unity League event. So it's a qualifier event. So for those who don't know, European Unity League is a thing that's been running throughout Europe. A lot of events will already be qualifying for this if you don't already know. Basically, you'll have a lot of organisers who've signed their events up to take part in these kind of things, and you'll earn points based on the amount of points you win. So for normal like F&M weekly type events, you'll earn 1 times points. So if you go 4-0 at an event and get 12 points, that's 12 points towards the overall European Unity League leaderboard. And then different events have different 5 different times. So today's a qualifier event. It's got 5 times. So 6 rounds followed by cut to top 8. So you can get 18 points. That'll be worth 5 times that. So what's that? That's 90 points.
Exactly.
90 points.
But if you get 90 points, you also win in the tournament. So you get a direct invitation.
Well, 90 points gets you to top 8. Doesn't get necessarily guaranteed because obviously rounds. Yeah. So if you were to go 6-0, and the one thing I like about these kind of points break things with 5 times qualifiers is not only does it reward you for like doing really well in these events, it kind of discourages IDing a little bit. Exactly. I mean, obviously you'd still try and top 8 and try and get the win there, so there may still be incentives to do that. But obviously an extra 2 points, which becomes an extra 10 points, is worth it.
It's always in the back of your mind that you're not just playing for today, but you're also playing for the long run. So yes. Every point counts.
Yes, and as we can see here, basically the top between 40 and 120 people, depending on which country you're in, will qualify for your like local country's national event, and then the top qualifiers of that will qualify for the finals, which is in Q1 next year in Bologna with €20,000 of prizes. But as we can see from the prizes for today, the first place finish will get straight through to the final. So they get that invite already straight through to the final. They don't need to go for their regional. They don't need to go for any of that. And as we can see, this is just a little cleaner slide for today's prizes. And look at those flooded strands. Those flooded strands are pretty cool.
Now, and to be honest, I don't think there are a lot of tournaments nowadays that gives us trophy to the winner, And man, a trophy is always bragging rights, So I think they are playing for the invite, but also for the metal.
Yes, yeah, very much so. Very much so playing for all of that. So yeah, I think is we're Magic players. We like, we don't often play events for like the effort value or anything like the value that you get for these things. We're often playing for the the prizes, you know, or the trophies, the bragging rights, the things we get to play for, and the things we get to show off to our friends or put on our shelf. You know,
Exactly.
all those big streamers that you see with all their trophies behind them, you know, when you watch like the Magic streams and stuff. So those kind of prizes they've got available for them. So that's really good. So we do have round one ready to show in a second. We've got an exciting match of Demir Reanimator versus Mono Red Stompy. We've got Mark Ostman on Mono Red Stompy and Alexander Meyer on Demir Reanimator. Before we go into the match, obviously you know probably a bit more about Legacy than I do. So curious, what's your view on those two decks before we go into the match?
I mean, they are just really good decks, and very, how can I say, streamlined strategies. They know what they want to do in the matchup. So Ubi Reanimator is like maybe the top one deck in the format. And with the recent bannings, people were thinking something was going to get hit, but it wasn't. So the deck is here. But Mono Red Stompy is also a good contender because it has main deck threats that are really difficult to deal from the blue black side. So I think it's going to be interesting to see.
Yes, it should be very, very interesting to kind of see what we can get out of this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the match and we'll see what we go. So we have Mark on the left and we have Alex on the right, I think. So we'll see what happens here. So we'll just see who goes first.
Yeah, and even though the deck is labeled Dragon Stomp, I think it's more like a prison mono red Stompy deck, because it has all the known threats like Chalice of the Void, Blood Moon, all in the main deck, and all the soul lands, so City of Traitors and whatever.
Yeah, City Traitors, Ancient Tomb, very solid cards. Obviously, both of these decks are quite interesting in the fact that very few of them. There's very few reserve list cards in both of these decks, mostly in the lands, which seems to be a hallmark of kind of current deck building, where most things seem to come from the latest Modern Horizons or the latest Commander product. So there's a lot of these cards fairly accessible, I think, overall. So just looking to keep their hand, and yep, Demir's kept her hand, and they've led off with a Polluted Delta. And Alex passes back to Mark, who has Mountain as a start and pass back. So not the fastest start from Mono Red Stompy. You want to kind of, if you're able to, lead goes like Soul Land, Mox, Blood Moon, turn one. That's kind of how you win a lot of those games, as far as I'm aware. But passes back to Demir Animator, who end step fetches and really nice, fancy signed Underground Sea.
Yeah, we already picked a Blood Moon in Mark's hand, but no way to cast it turn one. Maybe turn two, let's see.
Yeah.
But Alexander has an Intome, so let's see what creature he chooses to put in the graveyard. And it's a
Oh,
Traxa.
yeah, and Atraxa, turn one, end of turn one, and two Matraxa into the bin. This might be a very quick game, looking at this. I have to imagine, there's Reanimate right at the top of the hand. It reanimates the Atraxa. Is there a response here? I don't think game one, there's a lot of responses that Mono Red can do, right?
I believe in game one, there is none.
No.
I think in the second game, he has access to Fairy Macabres,
Yeah.
but not now, yeah.
No. So, gonna look at the top 10 cards of the library, reveal them, and see what. Take one card of each type. That's a lot of duplicates. So, land, enchantment, sorcery. So that's animate dead, reanimate, load of land.
I think it's just that, yeah. One enchantment and then only sorceries and lands.
Yeah, wow, that's a lot of duplicates, right? So, takes the animate, takes the animate dead. Lots of basically. If Mark is able to kind of get out of this, got a lot of way to get that Atraxa back. But ultimately, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is already kind of game over with that amount of cards just drawn there.
I mean, you have possibilities to kill it. For example, Double Fury, which is
Oh, well,
free.
speak of the devil, there is a Fury that he just drew off the top.
But I mean, Double Fury is like 6 cards from your hand, so I don't know what kind of game you're playing after that.
Well, it's 4 cards from hand, right? But, I mean, he did just take 8 damage from reanimating Atraxa, right? So he has got quite a big clock. So if you're able to quickly answer Atraxa and then, I don't know, play a Blood Moon, like if you're able to go Double Fury Blood Moon,
Yes.
That probably does lock out the game there a little bit if he's able to. He can also afford to take a couple of hits, right? Because there's no other creatures in the bin. Oh, here we go. Fury number 1. Fury pitching the double face land destruction spell.
Okay, it's like we're predicting things.
So Fury 1, that resolves. Takes 2 for the Ancient Tomb. I
Exactly.
have to assume that he's going for Blood Moon here before he plays the second Fury.
Okay,
Oh, no.
Simeon.
Spirit Guide, 4 mana. Oh, Pyrogoyf.
Okay,
Okay.
Paraguay.
So that does one.
Uh,
Oh, wait, no, because it counts your opponent's graveyard as well, right?
exactly, exactly. So it's one damage for each card,
So it's
and
land, sorcery, creature at the moment. So that's 3 damage.
okay, it's the three missing, four from Fury and three from Paraguay. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 from Fury, 3 from Pyrogoyf. That'll kill Atraxa. But Alex not taking this line down. He's going to try and go for a Brainstorm here. Probably try and find like a Daze or a Force of Will. Let's have a quick look at the deck list. What does he have available to him here? Yeah, he does run both the Daze and the Force of Will, so he's looking for both. Don't see either card in his hand, though. So that looks like that's going to resolve, and Atraxa's going to probably hit the bin.
Exactly.
Oh, and it's even an extra damage because of the Brainstorm. So it's now an instant in the bin. So that's 4 damage to Atraxa. So Atraxa's definitely dead, and that's a very quick clock. But as we know, he does have Animate Dead and Reanimate in hand. So I have to
Exactly.
assume he's...
And Mark knows this information because he saw it taken from the Atraxa trigger, you know. So
Oh, it's interesting as well. He did actually have open the line of Double Fury Blood Moon here.
yes.
So he did actually have the line open where he could have gone the Double Fury Blood Moon and just locked Alex out of the game here. So if he probably, given that
Okay,
lane was open, if he'd gone for that, that probably would have just won the game right there.
but Alexander had a polluted delta open, so he would be able to fetch at least one swamp or island. But yeah, it was a good line.
Yeah, good luck. Oh yeah, if he's got the fetch land, yeah, if he's got the fetch land play, that probably explains why you don't go for it. Yeah, Thoughtseize takes the Fury Island into Animate Dead on Atraxa. Don't want to take another 8 damage here because you're on very low life total almost very
Okay,
quickly.
and now we see a force of will, so I think the game is ended.
Well, we see Force Will Days. We see Entomb. We see another Thoughtseize. I think that's there under the Entomb. Yep, lands. And, oh, the big thing is here is hitting creatures, right? Like hitting Tameo, hitting Archon there. Takes the Tameo, takes a Polluted Delta, takes the Force Will.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is over because, yeah, the Force Will Tameo protects the Atraxa, but maybe... Yeah, okay, yeah, game over. Game over. So... Game 1 goes to Alex on Demir Reanimator. Let's have a look then at sideboards.
Yeah.
We don't have a deck list to put up on the screen, but what we can see here, or we can see anyway, the sideboards. What do you think is worth? What do you think? Obviously, we saw Mono Red kind of get run over a little bit there by turn to Atraxa. So, what do you think he'll be bringing in? What cards has he got to bring in? What cards has he got to take out?
I mean, looking at the sideboard, he has 2 Red Elemental Blast, 2 Disruptor Flute, 2 Roiling Vortex, 2 Fairy Macabres, 3 Dead Gones, 3 Fire Confluence, and 1 Emrakul, the 15 mana one. So, looking for this pool of cards, I think Red Elemental Blast is obviously good, so you can counter their counters. Fairy Macabre, since it can go directly to the graveyard for 0 mana. And I actually think Roiling Vortex, since it has 4 Force of Wills and 4 Dazes, is something that you can consider. I don't think it's like mandatory, but it might be good.
Yes, and it also shuts down lifelink, right? So you can also shut off the life gain from things like Atraxa.
Exactly.
And on the Demir Reanimator side, we see 2 Consign, 4 Fatal Push, 1 Surgical, 1 Null Rod, 1 Shieldred's Edict, 3 Baragoyf, 1 Force of Negation, and 2 Harbinger of the Seas. Is anything here that you think really needs to be brought in? I mean, we can see he is sideboarding, so he's definitely bringing in a few cards, but is anything here you'd particularly bring in?
I mean, the card that pops to my head is Force of Negation,
Yeah,
because you can counter the chalices and the blood moons. You know,
yes.
maybe you can have like Baragoyf to have another threat, and it's only 1 black mana. So even if you are constricted in colored mana, you maybe can cast it. But I don't see like super hits right now. You know.
No, and we did see at the very bottom of his deck there when he put the pile of cards each sideboarded in. We did see him have the Force of Negation there right on the bottom. So he definitely brought that in. I wouldn't be surprised if he did bring in cards like maybe Consigned to Memory as a way to kind of answer Furies, and maybe a Shieldred's Edict as well, because a lot of the creatures that
Yeah,
Mark has are quite big.
it could
Barrowglyph's
be.
also not bad. It has got lifelink and Death Touch, so it's a way to kind of pad your life total if you're a bit worried about maybe cards like Fairy Macabre, right? So you want to play a bit more of a fair game and cast creatures rather than just reanimate them. So it's certainly possible that that's all stuff you'd want to do. So yeah, just watching them, just watching Mark finish sideboarding as well. In terms of like, yeah, so we said that Mark would probably want to bring in like Red Elemental Blast, probably wants to bring in Fairy Macabre, or definitely wants to bring in Fairy Macabre, and can bring in things like Roiling Vortex as a way to kind of shut down the Atraxa lifelink. Because if Atraxa's not gaining you life, you've got menace creatures, you've got big creatures, you can
Exactly.
certainly
Maybe you can raise, right?
mace.
Yeah.
So the question is, what do you cut against there?
I mean, I don't think Broadside Bombardiers is very good because I know it can give you some damage outlet, but not at the point of killing those big creatures. So I don't
Well,
know if that's what you want.
that's fair. I mean, I would have thought Broadside might stay in because it's got the menace, just because it's a way to kind of get through Atraxa. Again, if you did bring in Roiling Vortex, that's certainly a way you can go. And you can certainly, Demir Reanimator can often put its life total quite low, so you can get to the point where you could maybe theoretically punish your opponent quite quickly. But we'll have to wait and see what actually happened here in terms of what sideboard cards we see, if any.
Yeah.
As I say, we know that Alex brought in quite a few cards. We saw a pile, and we know that Force Negation is one of them. Doubt it would be anything like Harbinger of the Seas. Again, just not the matchup for that. Right, your opponent's already on Blood Moon. They've got a bunch of basics. You're not really shutting them off anything. They're going to be able to make their mana.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's strange that now with these flip cards, the Shadow School Smashing and the Thunder Eruption, the deck doesn't run as many mountains as it used to. Now it's only 5 mountains, but even so, I think it's plenty not to get
No,
Harbinger. You know?
I wouldn't be surprised if he bought in Fatal Push, because pretty much all the Mono Red Stompy cards are all like, apart from Fury, are all like 4 mana, so you're quite easily able to kill them all, and things
Yes,
like
yes,
Major
yes.
whatever. So going to game 2, Mono Red's on the play. Looking at that hand, he has got the Fairy Macabre, so we know he definitely bought in the Fairy Macabre.
And I also saw a dead gone, so maybe he wants the gone side of it to just bounce a threat, and in the hopes that Alex cannot replay it. You know.
So is Alex on a mole here? I didn't quite see if he drew his first hand yet or not.
I didn't catch it either.
No.
I don't know if you are familiar with the players. I don't know Mark, but Alexander is a very known Twitter person. He
Okay,
like
he's on his first mulligan. He's using a dice to track his mulligans here.
yes,
So he's on his first mulligan. That hand has what, 2 land, 5 spells. Okay, he's keeping and he's putting a brainstorm on the bottom. So Mark leads off with a mountain over to Alex, and Alex leads off with a Bloodstained Mire and
exactly.
fetches. Don't know if he's going to go for dual land here. Maybe a basic, because got to be worried about that turn 2 Blood Moon, right? Yeah, and
Yeah,
he is, right. So he's going to
direct
go for the basic swamp.
exactly directly from the basic for in the hopes that he can catch something later if he gets Blood Moon. Yeah,
Yeah, and leads off the Thoughtseize, which is a really good hit here, right? Because you definitely get to make sure you take that Fairy Macabre,
exactly.
if that's what you're worried about. I don't know if you're particularly worried about anything else in this hand, although that is the turn 2 land destruction spell there, potentially. I don't know if that's destroy... Let me have a look. Can that destroy basic lands?
It's destroy target land, but your opponent can't search for a land. You know, so
Oh, search for
I,
basic, yeah.
yeah. So, but for example, Alex has only one swamp in the list. So if he destroys the swamp, he gets to get the island and doesn't have a swamp for the rest of the game. You know.
Yeah, so the question is, I think this is a closed decklist event, so the question if Mark knows that, but Mark is leading off with a spell here. And it is Bombardiers. Okay, so
It
he
is
drew
the
the
Bombardier.
Bombardiers, I think, because I don't know if that was in his hand a second ago.
No, it
So,
wasn't. It was the top deck. Yeah.
so that's a reasonable top deck against the reanimated player. Attacks for 2. And, yeah. Takes 2 to cast it, obviously, but attacks for 2 and passes back to Alex. Alex untapping, drawing a daze, so that's an interesting
Exactly.
draw to have. Will protect his hand a little bit here, but he just
And
plays Misty and passes.
and I also saw a fatal push, so he will be able to deal with the bombardiers.
Yeah, his hand seems to be kind of not much action. It's all kind of reactive stuff, right? So he doesn't seem to be like be able to progress his own game plan. Just kind of stop Mark's at this point. But Mark does have a disruptive flute here, and he does
Exactly.
have the 1 mana left up for days. So that's quite heads up. But there is going to be a force will here, pitching the days. Interesting. So not valuing the days over the cards like Brainstorm in hand, because I think Brainstorm is his only other blue card. I think so. Valuing the ability to brainstorm. Although brainstorm, I don't know if he's got another fetch in hand, because at the moment that could brainstorm lock him. So end step, it's going to fetch. Oh no, move to combat. He's going to fetch as he moves to combat, because that allows him to fatal push.
Exactly.
Fetches the basic island. Yep, makes sense. The one thing is that does, now that we know that both basics are out of the deck, that does make that land destruction spell basically just Stone Rain.
Exactly. But also, we have the information that Mark doesn't have, and also we didn't see any other land in Mark's hand, so maybe he wants to play it as a land as well. You know.
That is certainly possible. You have got things like the One Ring and stuff that you want to get to, but everything in his hand, apart from like the Fury, costs 3. So it's entirely possible that. Oh no, but he is going to play it as a land. He's going to play it, and he is going to bolt it in by the looks of it. Oh no, just enters tapped. Okay, he's going to enter it tapped. But in response, Alex casts his Orcish Bowmasters.
Ah, I think that was at the end of the turn. You know, he just declared that
Ah,
he was playing the land tapped and then passed the turn.
passing.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't play it. Yeah, can't Bowmasters in response to land anyway. But yeah,
Okay.
passes it back. Plays land for turn. Fetches a Underground Sea. As we know, he's only got cards like Underground Sea left to fetch. Attacks for 2 of the Bowmasters. And he follows up with a Barragoyf. So he did bring in the Barragoyfs. And that's quite a big Barragoyf, right? 5/6 by the looks of it.
Okay, so it's a very good threat. Yeah.
Brilliant threat, and is going to be able to race mono red quite well here. Both players at kind of midlife points, 13, 12. So yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
power there.
You imagine if, for example, maybe Mark has over sideboarded because he drew the flute, he drew the fairy macabres, and now who's putting pressure on the game is Alexander. You know.
Yeah, but he does have the One Ring here. The One Ring is a
Okay.
very powerful card to kind of help you get out of this kind of board state. The protection on cast is pretty good,
Yeah.
and he
Now
does have
this
multiple
can change
Furies in
the game
hand.
completely.
Yeah, I think so. Yep, and dead on the Bowmasters. So dead on the Bowmasters. He's going to start drawing cards now, and who knows? This could change the match, change the game. So let's see how this goes from here. But yeah, draws a card, passes back, and Alex takes his turn, leads off with a Brainstorm.
Exactly.
Not
We
seeing. Oh,
we
there is a.
see we see Tamil sink into stupor and a Totsis,
Footsies.
which he kept. Yeah.
Yeah, kept the footsies, put Tamio and Sinking Stupor, I think, back on top. Sees Chromox, Fairy Macabre takes the Fury. Now, I mean, oh no, he did keep the Tamio. So he kept the Tamio, plays it.
Okay.
So not a great board state here for Mark. Still, he has got the One Ring though, so we'll have to see what he can get out of that, because the ring draws you a lot of cards as someone that played the ring in Modern. It can draw you
And
out of some of the most terrible board states, and he does have cards like Shatter Skull Smashing that could get him out of this a little bit. But we see his land there is just Mountain and Fable the Mirror Breaker. So I didn't see what he drew for turn, but those 2 cards aren't going to really help him get out of this.
no, and what I don't see in Mark's list is any way to gain life. So the only way to reset the ring in terms of your life is playing another ring. So
Well, there is also the Broadside Bombardiers. You can sack the ring to that. So
okay, okay,
that's something I did when they did the Free Legacy event recently. I played the mono red deck that was in the Gauntlet. But yeah, we're seeing here he's got that flute.
yeah, he has another one. Yeah,
So it's a tricky board state here, right? Because the cards he's drawn are always sideboard cards that seem to be kind of anti-reanimator. And the reanimator player's just gone, cool, I'm going to go mid-range beats. I'm just going to beat you to death. I don't need to reanimate attract, so I don't need to reanimate Archon or Cruelty. I just need to hit you over and over again. And yeah, he attacks for 5 here
Okay.
with the Baragoyf and the Tamio. Obviously attacking for 0, but making yourself a clue there.
Okay. Champ blocking the Bargoyf.
Oh, and
That
here's a great play. Brainstorm with Tamio out. So, oh, but there is a response here. Take 2. Plays
okay.
the
He's gonna play the
flute.
flute in the backside of Tamil. So
I hope he clarified the backside of Tamio, because if he says the front side of Tamio, that does nothing.
I hope so, right?
I do hope so. I hope he's clear that he goes like Planeswalker side Tamio, right? I mean, that would be the intention, and the way the rules work now is it goes by kind of what you intended, not by what you said. But Wasteland gets rid of the Ancient Tomb here. So sets back Mark a little bit on mana. Mark goes to it goes passes back to Mark. Mark takes 2 in his upkeep. Big draws here. Mark really needs draws. He's on 6. Drew another Ancient Tomb for turn, and he has got the trigger on the Fable. Chooses to discard Fairy Macabre
Harry Macabre.
and Chrome.
Exactly.
Ooh. But is there anything here that you reckon Mark can actually draw to get out of it other than maybe another ring?
I mean, like you said us before, he can draw a Bombardiers to sacrifice it, but then I don't know how he's dealing with the Bargoyf.
Yeah, I
So
think at this point, probably just digging for ring, right? Digging, try and get a bit more protection for a couple of turns and try and like bury in card advantage. But yeah, seeing there, he's drawn the Unlicensed Hearst, another land, and is that
yeah,
another flute or something? There, I don't quite see what that's behind. I don't see quite what
no,
that's behind
I
the
can see it
Hearst.
either.
He does seem to have another Fable in hand though, so yep, gonna cast the second Fable.
Okay.
Gives him another chump blocker for the Baragoyf. But he's at 6, so basically any fatal push or any removal from Alex's side kills him. And he does have the Tamio that can potentially reanimate something in a turn or so. Oh,
Okay.
but the Hearst, I mean, the Hearst will stop Tamio getting a spell back. So that's not bad.
That's good, but I mean, it's not a winning play for, let's say, you know. I think he really needs to deal with the Bargoyf and his own ring.
Yeah.
And the card that you were mentioning in his hand is Chalice of the Void.
Yeah,
So
the nice.
also a blank at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's a blank at the game. If you can answer the Baragoyf, it's maybe worth it. Yeah, Sigurd Stupor, drew it off the top. Oh, he put it back. Rainstorm last turn, didn't he? So he had the
Exactly.
Stupor, bounces that, and unfortunately, that's game, right? Because he goes to 1, dies to his ring in the upkeep.
I think so.
Um, although he's got an artifact in the bin now, so that should be a 6 powered Goyf, I think.
Let's see. Land, instant, sorcery, creature, artifact. I don't think there's
Or
anything
was it
else
already an
for the.
artifact there? Oh, earlier from the flute that got fault
Yeah,
seized earlier. So yeah,
yeah,
5 6s. So the Goyf itself isn't lethal, but it's the
ev-
ring that's killing him here, basically.
exactly. It brings you to 1 life, so I don't think there's anything he can do in response to the ring trigger. You know.
No, no, there really isn't in his deck, and it's not like he can crew the hearse here. Like he has got the power to crew the hearse, but the hearse would just immediately die in the response, being a 0/0 at the moment. So yeah, not much he can do to get out of this. Obviously, he's thinking hard, digging deep, seeing if there is a line on board out of it. But I think knowing what we know, yep. And that's match. So Alex
Now,
wins 2-0 over Mark Osman. Demir Reanimator taking down Mono Red Stompy. That was a very interesting round 1, really.
it was. It was. I mean, I think it happened what we predicted that the mirror animator is really fast, and that was he showed in the first game. But also the second game was completely different because he didn't take the reanimate approach very, let's say, consistently, but he just played a good mid-range approach. You know, like played good creatures, played some removal spells, some counter spells, and I think, unfortunately for Mark, he did draw a lot of his sideboard, but actually Alexander didn't draw his he reanimate part of the deck, so it wasn't very effective. You know.
Yes, and we saw there. Um, the issue that really can happen when you sideboard against some of these matchups, right, where you sideboard for their game one plan and they just sideboard into a different plan and draw a different half of the deck. And as a control player, I mean, Mono Red Stompy isn't quite a control deck; it's more of a prison style deck, but it's very similar, kind of, in the concept of if you're playing a deck that's all about having a mixture of answers and threats, in the sense of maybe you're more skewed answers or you're more skewed to a particular game plan, that when you sideboard, if you're sideboarding for an opponent's plan and they've got a plan B, you might just draw your wrong side of your deck, right? But we did also see some crucial turns there where Mark played the Sundering Eruption as a land. He played it as a Volcanic Fissure. He didn't Sundering Eruption. And we know, I mean, if he'd known his opponent's deck list and he knew he was going to draw more lands because he was going to go on and draw a bunch more lands, that you probably do just destroy your opponent's swamp there, right? You force him to get the island. It means he has got an island left in his deck to fetch with the fetch land. It does mean that you're more likely to get to a point where cards like Blood Moon can lock your opponent out there. And we also saw in game one where he could have gone for the Double Fury Blood Moon. His opponent did have a fetch, but he only gets to get one basic there, right? So he only gets to go, I get this one card for the rest of the game. I get black or blue. I don't get to Deju. I don't get to do anything like that for the rest of the game after that if I go for the Reanimate.
I mean, it's easier for us to talk because we know the deck list, and I don't know if Mark is very familiar with the deck list of the other decks in the metagame. But yeah, the Mirror Animator usually plays only two basics, one of each. Sometimes, very rarely, they play two islands. So even if he destroyed the swamp, there a pretty good chance that there is another swamp in the deck. So, but I mean, he chose to take another path, and magic's magic.
Yeah, yeah, and not only do we have deck list, we have hand information that he just doesn't have, right? So
Exactly.
we can go, yeah, that's a play that would have worked, but he didn't make it. And so yeah, you have to kind of put yourself in the shoes of, okay, what play are you making if you don't have that information? I think he played perfectly fine, right? I think he played knowing what he had. Every decision I think he made was the correct decision. It's just we know that if there were certain lines he was taking otherwise, he may have got rewarded in different ways. And it's interesting, the metagame knowledge, right? Because if you knew Alex, you knew kind of what their lists were like. Maybe you played in leagues recently and looked at lists and say, oh, actually, they're only playing like one of each basic. You may be more likely to take those certain plays, right?
No, and for example, it's tricky because we saw a game that it looked one-sided. Okay, he has Tamiyo, he has Borogoyf, he has counters, but actually in that critical turn of the game when he played Ring and Kill Bowmasters, anything could happen. Because if he draws a way to get rid of the Borogoyf, or if he draws another Ring, we have a completely different game in our hands.
Yeah,
So
yeah. If he draws another ring, more protection, more card draw spells. If maybe he draws a second Dead Gone and the Hearse, he'd be able to bounce the Baragoyf and start shrinking it. Buy himself a couple of turns that way, and then once he shrinks the Baragoyf down, maybe he's able to then draw Fury and burn out the Baragoyf that way. So there are ways he can get back into the game from there. And the One Ring is the card that gets you there, right? We do see in chat, actually, we may have missed it, that Alex actually cast a Thoughtseize into Mark's ring,
yeah, I
which
saw it.
unfortunately, I mean, those are the kind of things that happen. When you play the One Ring, a lot of people forget what the One Ring protects you from or what the One Ring does. Everyone knows the damage, right? Everyone knows you can't be hit by creatures. I play the One Ring, you can't hit me, right? But it's things like the targeting and stuff that a lot of players will regularly forget. So that's an unfortunate thing. It's the one thing that when I played the One Ring, I always forgot that people couldn't Thoughtseize me, couldn't target me, that kind of stuff. So it's something I had to become a lot more aware of as I played Modern, as I played this, as I tried to get better as a competitive player. But yeah, no, I mean that's an unfortunate thing. But I mean, I don't really think he took a Fury that was kind of wouldn't have done anything on that board, right? So I don't think it really would have changed the match much based on what we saw. But yeah, those are the kind of things where unfortunately players didn't catch it.
Yeah. I don't think it will change much, and I don't know how the rules are right now because I remember back when Brink was printed, you didn't have to announce the trigger,
No.
but whenever it was relevant, you would then say it. For example, someone attacks you and you say, "Okay, I take 0 damage because I have protection," or someone targets you, "Okay, it fizzles because I have protection." But if both players forget it, I don't know exactly how it should be handled.
Yeah, I think that particular rules change happened many years ago. I think that was a Khan Takia rules change. I think
Okay.
mostly to do with prowess. I think when they introduced prowess as a mechanic, they were like having you in, because before that, I distinctly remember when I first started playing, you had to announce every trigger, you had to announce exalted, you had to announce all these sort of things, right? Which I didn't see a lot of when I first started playing. I was just doing draft and commander. I didn't play standard until until Theros was released, right? So
Okay. Okay.
played my first play time I ever played really constructed, proper constructed, was when the legend rule changed, so multiple people could have a legend rather than just like I play a Polychronos, your Polychronos dies. Um, we could both have Polychronos. That was the big thing there. But yeah, I think with Theros, with Constantark here, they were like, look, we don't want you having a board full of prowess creatures and having to announce every trigger whenever you do it. So you just go, okay, we go to combat. I've cast 3 spells. Each of these have had 3 prowess triggers. Kill you or kill your creatures or this, and that makes it a lot cleaner for the game.
I
So,
think so.
but yeah, with that kind of thing, it'd be opponent goes to cast Thoughtseize, you go, no, I can't be targeted. Now the issue is there. I think there is a little bit of an issue there where you go for that. Your opponent's tried to cast an illegal spell. In a lot of events, that'd be a judge call. And you're like, Judge, my opponent tried to cast a spell that you couldn't cast. He can't target me. But I would hope that most opponents would go, actually, I don't have to acknowledge my protection until you try and cast Thoughtseize. At which point you just rewind the Thoughtseize. You can't actually cast it. So
Or even target yourself. And
true, you could, but I don't think. I think you would have to be a very, very bad sportsman to go, you cast Thoughtseize. You have to target yourself. You're the only legal target.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I
um,
agree with you.
So that's fine. So that's the end of round 1. Blue Black Reanimator taking it up for round 1. We're going to go on a quick break. So
Okay.
we'll be back in a couple of minutes with round 2 once that is ready. So hopefully everyone's enjoying round 1. Hopefully everyone else at home is enjoying the stream so far. And we'll see you later.
See you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the European Unity League Legacy stream here from Germany. Well, I'm in the UK at the moment, but they're playing in Germany today, and I'm joined again today by Vizos in, is it Portugal?
It's in Portugal. It's in Lisbon. Yeah. Hello, everyone, and we're happy that you're here with us.
Yes, yeah, it's a great day to be commentating. Everything's working as we expect it to, so I'm really grateful that everything's worked out so far. We're still waiting on round two being ready to show you guys, so there may be a few minutes on that, so we may have to go away for another break briefly at some point, but just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. But yeah, no, round one was, I thought, quite good, really. You know, you called round, it was a 2-0 sweep by Blue Black Reanimator over Mono Red Stompy, and you kind of called both games a little bit, right? You called game one of like, yeah, this is how game one's going to go, but then you were like, well, he could sideboard this in, and then we saw those sideboarding. We saw kind of exactly how sideboarding would work, and yeah, it just kind of worked the way we expected it to sideboard, right?
I mean, I had my fair share of legacy games, but yeah, I think the trick of the sideboard is that the reanimator deck is very versatile. It can keep the combo, but it also can slim the package to a very small amount, so he can play a normal game, let's say, with creatures and removal spells and counter spells. And I think that's more difficult for the mono red to handle, because he was obligated to sideboard, like, for example, Fairy Macabres, that when the opponent is not using the graveyard is a dead card.
Yeah.
And even like flutes that can help, for example, in that game, it kind of helped against the Tamil Planeswalker, but it wasn't a very, let's say, it wasn't a complete card in the game, the,
No.
because the Tamil had already generated clues and drew cards, so he was at a disadvantage having that card. So the first game was well as predicted for the matchup because the blue black reanimator is really really fast, and he got the Atraxa on turn two, and then the opponent dealt with Atraxa, and then he could bring it again. And the second game, even though it was a lot slower, I think that's the problem with the mono red Stomp. He didn't have as many threats, so the game got to a longer stage, and that beneficiated the reanimator deck.
Yeah, he very much kind of turned into a control deck. Like he sideboarded in all these answers, drew all the answers, and the answers just didn't line up to what his opponent was playing, right? And that's always the problem when you've got a bunch of answers. If your opponent's asking a different question to what you're ready to answer, then you're going to fail that test, right? You can revise all you want for maths, but if your opponent turns up with an English test, you're going to fail that test. So I know it's a bad analogy, but it's how I'm a control player, right? I'm blue white Jeskai. I play control. That's kind of what I do. And if I've got counterspell in my hand and my opponent plays Cannon of Assaults, well, that's not going well for me, right? And if I have Prismatic Ending and my opponent plays a 7-drop, not going well for me. Those kind of things, you have that lineup, right? So you sideboard in for the anti-reanimator, and to be honest, the reanimator deck's quite streamlined. Like one copy of each reanimation target, so one Atraxa, one
Archon.
Archon, and then it's all just around things like in two, right? So the reanimator deck can easily go, cool, we'll trim a few things, bring in a bit more of a mid-range plan. We know you're going to sideboard for our reanimator plan. Your sideboard's great. If I go for the animated plan, you've got the Fairy Macabre, you're probably going to end the game potentially quite quickly there. But you had the Fairy Macabre, you had the Flute, I had everything else, and yeah. Admittedly, when your plan is a Goif, Fairy Macabre can still maybe shrink that Goif strategically a little bit to help you like Fury and whatever. So it's not completely dead, but that's just not how the game really played out. So.
Yeah, I mean, I know it can happen, but it's a very situation, strictly that can happen. This kind of things, I mean, it can help, but normally it won't. So that's why it's a little clumsy in the deck. If the opponent is not on the reanimator plan, then it's not a good card to have. And I mean, it's not like the rest of the reanimator deck plays good only when you have the reanimator package, No, the other cards are good on itself, Tamil is a good card, Orcish Bowmaster is a good card, Force of Will is a good card. So you can still play a normal game without having access to this package. And that's what kind of decided game two.
Yeah, and I think that's. I mean, I've been playing Magic since 2012, right? And I remember the days back when, like, again, I've not played a lot of Legacy, so I'll use kind of where I've experienced and what I've seen in a lot of streams. Was say back when Twin was originally in Modern, right? And a lot of the game plans you saw was okay. Game one, it was all about Twin, right? The deck was built around the combo Twin kind of plan, right? But we saw both towards the end of its time in Modern before it got banned, but also we saw a lot of in like game two, you trim back on the Twin package, right? You become kind of a mid-ranged is it control style deck where you had the answers, you had like counterspell, you had electrolyze, lightning bolt, you had the ways to answer things, but the threat of the combo, right? And we saw we're in an era now where maybe it's because of they've got tools like Entomb, right? So you've got the 4 Entomb and 4 Reanimate means Reanimate's good on things like Bowmasters. It's good on things like Tameo and stuff as well, right? It's good on that, and your opponent might have their own creatures that you can reanimate. So Reanimate's just solid in that package anyway. It the same way as, say, in Modern, you have the Cycling Reanimated spell, the one that reanimates something that's 3 or less. And sure, that's only your stuff, but it hits anything in your deck, right? And yeah, you're playing it probably for the eye card to get back the eye, but you're getting back anything like Bowmaster and stuff like. So when you've got these cards that are just solid to bring back anyway, having the Entomb and package to bring back an Atraxa or a Archon of Cruelty, those are just like little value engines, right? And so it'd be a bit like Twin now, where maybe you ran if you had say a card that could just tutor the Twin package on its own, and you just ran that in a Twin deck or in is it control or Jeskai control deck where you go, I've got Imperial Recruiter, I can just fetch half the Twin combo, and the other half I can just draw naturally anyway. I've got cards that work well with Twin without, Twin's not quite that level of card. It's not quite the value engine of, say, Thoughtseize of Reanimator or something. So the deck's not going to work quite the same way. But yeah, when you're able to just tutor for things, that works really well.
No, and it's funny. It's interesting that when this kind of like combo control decks, combo mid range decks, they get to a certain level of maturity. It's not the combo part that you're trying to fine tuning. It's the other part. For example, you just mentioned that in the old days of Modern, like with Twin, the combo part of Twin was settled. Everyone knew that you have to play Exarch and Pestermite and Twin, and that was it. But for example, the other parts of the deck are the parts that were people really thinking about. So you first introduced Keranos, and then people trying to splash to green to play Tarmogoyf. And then the other people, when it was released, they were playing Tessigur. So it's like all the things that go around the combo that you have to think about. And that's the problem with the game we just watched. Okay, he doesn't have the combo, but he brought from the sideboard the Barrowgorfs. That was a really good threat on its own. You didn't have to put in the graveyard. You didn't have to reanimate. It was a three mana creature that pretty much won the game on its own.
Yeah,
So
and we don't know exactly how he sideboarded, but it's entirely possible he just took the entire Reanimator package out of his deck, right? Like, that was the thing with Twin. You don't know what they're sideboarding, and so if they take out the entire combo, if they've got a sideboard that allows them to just take out the combo and bring in into just a pure control deck or a mid-range deck, you have to still respect that combo. You have to assume it's still in there in some number, right? And yeah, with the ability to reanimate, to tutor things with Entomb being such a powerful card, you can be, as I say, the main deck is as slim on the combo as it can be, right? The main thing is the rest of the shell to be as slim on the combo as possible. And it's kind of just like a blue-black control deck outside of that. Like, you got the 4, okay, there is a lot of cards dedicated. There's like 10 cards dedicated to the package of Reanimate and Entomb and the 2 animated targets. But like you said,
11 if you count the animate that.
And the animate dead, yeah. So there's 11 in it, but then we already said, like, Bowmasters and stuff, they're reasonable reanimator targets anyway, right? Like, they punish a lot of decks in the format. There's a reason why Bowmasters seeing play. And so, you're playing against a deck that has, maybe not in that matchup so much, because the mono red deck player isn't playing Brainstorm. They have got the One Ring, though, right? So, like, all these decks are playing ways to just draw so many cards that you're going to want Bowmasters against a lot of the decks anyway. And it's possible that in some of those board states, Atraxa is just worse than Bowmasters, right? If they're drawing 5, 6 cards, like if they're drawing so many cards from the Ring or from Brainstorm, Ponder, Preordain, those kind of cards, that your Atraxa's card advantage might only, like as we saw, like 3 cards, right? Sure, you've got a 7/7 lifelink, but that's not unanswerable in Legacy, right? Cards like Swords to Plowshares exist, so it's not impossible to answer an Atraxa, and all of that effort, 8 life, all that, just to draw 3 cards that your opponent knows which 3 cards you draw, so they can make a note and maybe play around them, isn't necessarily as good as some of the other card advantage engines, but it's the threat of that it can take over the game potentially because it's a 7/7, because it can draw 5 cards, because it can be potentially difficult for certain decks to answer. But then you've also just got the Bowmasters. Yeah, it's just a very solid deck, right?
Yeah, but it's a dance, because if he takes the combo completely and the opponent knows, so he might say, okay, I don't need as much hate, and then he brings back. So you have to have something in to respect it, but maybe not over sideboard, and you have to have something of the combo inside, so you have that threat, but maybe don't over extend it to it because you have other ways to win the game. And for example, you said that Atraxa is not might be not as good as a Bowmaster. I think the good thing is that it brings you closer to Bowmaster. If you have a Bowmaster in those 10 cards, okay, it's yours. But I know that playing a Bowmaster on turn 2, it's really good, and the opponent has to deal with it because otherwise the Ring is a really dangerous play.
Yes, very much so. Now, before we go to round two is almost ready to go. What we're just going to do is quickly go over again what the players are playing for today. So it's a 38-player tournament, obviously competitive REL Legacy, and they're playing for this qualifier as part of the European Unity League. So we have price structure here on the side. So prizes all the way down to 16th place, so 45 euros. 100 euros minimum, and a deck box 8th place. But the big thing they're really all playing for, other than these gorgeous flood strands for the top 4 and the trophy, I mean, as we mentioned earlier, a trophy is always fantastic. It's the invite to the European Unity League finals, right? So we explained it earlier, but just quickly go over it again. European Unity League is kind of an event where your stores and event organizers around Europe can sign up their events to take part in this. Local level events will be worth 1 point per point. So your points at the end of an event. So if you go 4-0 at FNM, that's 12 points towards the leaderboard for your country. And then you've got different types of events like regionals and qualifiers. Multiply the points that you earn at the event. The top 40 to the top 120, depending on the size of your country and how many people are taking part, will qualify you for nationals. And the top finishers at your nationals will qualify you for this €20,000 prize pool event in Bologna in Q1 2026. But if you go to one of these qualifier events like today and you win, you go straight through to that event in Bologna. So you're already qualified. It's like going to an RCQ and qualifying for the RC, except there are just more ways to get there as well. It's not just a single qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's only about consistency. You have to play well to accumulate points. But I think the tournaments like today is a very good chance for those people that cannot play as much. They have other responsibilities in life. So you have one chance, you have one shot, and if you do well, the invite is yours. So I think that's really important to have this kind of tournaments as well for the community.
Yeah, and I really, as you mentioned, that consistency, right? I love the fact that we're starting to see more events reward consistency. There's a tournament series in the UK, Axiom Now event that I'm playing in. I've been trying to go to all the events this year to try and get through to their end of year event, similar to kind of this prize pool event in Bologna. It's good to see these kind of events that go, yeah, if you come to all our events and you do well, even if you don't top 8, but if you like regularly get 16th or 20th or whatever in like a 400 couple 100-person event, or you keep doing well, you will get to the qualifier, you will get to these events, right? Exactly. And I quite like that. That there are prizes and there are things to play for beyond top 8, but also it keeps you in the event, right? Because there's a lot of events I've been to where it's like the moment I can't top 8, I drop and go home, right? I'm there for the top 8 prizes. Prizes below top 8 typically tend to not be, they're often top heavy events, and so it's like I was there for the top 8, I was there for the prize, I'm going to go home. But if you reward consistency, you reward kind of just overall performance a little bit, I might play those last 2 rounds because the points still matter.
And I mean, it's not ordinary to win those kind of tournaments. It's like, for example, today we have 38 people, and all of them want to win. So it's not that easy to win. So I think it's good. So you have this consistency, like, okay, I top 8 it, or I have a good result, and I'm bringing this along the way. So it helped me at the end, for me to qualify as well. So, for example, you don't win today, but you accumulate points, and next week you do it again and do it again, and then you are part of this, ecosystem that generates points and invites for the end of the year.
Yeah. So we have got round 2 ready. So let me just get that up. Hopefully this works properly. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into round 2. We have 2 fantastic decks. We've got Daniel Rehman on a Khan combo deck, right? It's like a Khan Soul Land Glaring Fleshraker kind of combo deck. And we have Moritz Wakurel. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. On Sultai mid-rangey. It's called Sultai Flash, but it seems to be kind of a more Sultai kind of control-y style deck. So it seems to be kind of similar to what we saw last round, Blue Black Reanimator, just not Reanimator, more of a mid-rangey style game plan, like the game 2 kind of game plan we saw there. So we're going to go to that, and let's see how this goes.
Let's go. Okay, so we have Daniel on the left. Am I right?
Yeah, we should have Daniel on the left, and we should have Moritz on the right-hand side.
Okay, so Daniel is the normal threat of Glaring Freshraker, Colossex Man, Karns, the One Rings, and the Urzulands. So I think this deck is very, very well known in the metagame. But Moritz brings some spice for us.
I mean, I've not played Legacy in a long time. Both of these decks look quite spicy to me. I mean, I'm aware of like Eldrazi being a thing, but I know it was hit by a ban a few months ago with the ban on the green card that eats lands. But the mana base for the deck is 3. It's just a mix of really cool commander cards, and this is why I like Legacy. I like watching Legacy. I like seeing people use these kind of more niche cards to play really fantastic decks.
Yes, yes.
And so we see that Moritz is on the play, leads off with a Tropical Island, and passes to Daniel, who leads off with, is that the, not Planar Nexus, that's the Urza's Workshop.
Exactly, that's the workshop and a key, yeah.
Yeah, Workshop into key, passes back to Moritz, who end step Brainstorms. So drawing 3 cards and putting 2 back. And I have to just while he's resolving that, the dice at the top. I love those metal dice. Those look really cool.
Okay, we already have a Wasteland, so some mana denial from the Sultai side.
So it wasn't an end step Brainstorm. He passed back, and it was a main step Brainstorm into Wasteland. So that's fair. Pass back to Daniel, who just leads off with another Urza's Workshop, and passes back to Moritz. Okay. Moritz playing a Bio. Thank you very much. Yep. Bio. Don't know all the dual lands names, but I keep forgetting those. Bio and passes back. Oh, but there's a strong land.
Oh,
there's a Saga. There's a Saga into a Grim Monolith.
Exactly. And that
gets spell pierced. Passes back to Moritz, who... Do they have the land? Yes. They have the Gemstone Caverns into a Tamiyo, and passes back. Ooh. Another Grim Monolith for draw. Plays the Grim Monolith. Will it resolve? Because that's a lot of mana if that resolves now. So yeah. Tap for 3, untap. Have 2 floating mana.
Exactly. So we have the chance to...
Oh, another key. Manifold key this time. Another 3 mana. Gets to untap. So that's a lot of mana. Into the Mystic Forge. Does he have any floating mana here, though? Should still, right?
Yes.
Oh, Candelabra off the top from the Forge. That's a good one. That's a very good one to hit, actually. If he's got any floating mana here. But that doesn't really matter. He hasn't got any dual lands in play. No soul lands or anything. So, not dual lands. He doesn't have any lands that tap for 2 mana. So, it won't actually generate mana here. But untaps Urza's Workshop. Well, actually... It does tap for 1 for each Urza's land, right? Actually, so yeah, that would be soul effectively here because he's got the Urza Saga. So yeah,
Exactly.
my mistake. It is a
No,
little
that
confusing without him floating the mana though. Like we don't actually know exactly how much mana he's got any time.
no,
Um,
and he made a lot of actions in this turn, and that was only because he was access to the green monolith.
yeah. So pass it back to Moritz. Moritz untaps. And is there anything he can really do here? Or what can he do here? I mean, there's a lot of stuff on his opponent's side of the board, but it's not that scary, right? Like, or it could be scary, it could not. It's just a lot of random things going on a little bit. Untaps, what's that? Is that
that's just a
a,
clue
oh,
a
is that
clue
the clue?
token.
That's a clue token
Yeah,
from Tamio attacked clue token. Yeah. Follows up with a brainstorm. And this is what kind of makes Tamio so good in Legacy, right? Is the brainstorm.
exactly. Because, for example, in modern, you have to spend mana or some other resources to draw cards, and here with one mana you can already flip it and start activating.
So hasn't transformed Tamio though. So is it optional?
It is, but I don't know if maybe he just like
If he's
declared
shortcutting, perhaps.
declared the trigger. I don't know if he missed it.
But follows up the brainstorm once upon a time. Great way to kind of dig through the stuff you've left on top. Plays a wasteland for turn, which I think is going to be an important card here right now. Gets rid of the Urza's Saga, which is very similar to hitting the Urza's Workshop, right? It cuts a land off from the Urza's Workshop.
Exactly.
And I think he's trying to transform the Tameo now, but it's yeah. So he did try to transform the Tameo now, but he's kind of taken like multiple game actions since then. So it's entirely possible what will happen here is that they'll call the judge over. The judge will go, "Do you want to put the trigger on the stack?" And the opponent can go, "No." So
Yeah, and
uh,
like in these cases, if you haven't done anything significantly, you can like take back. But for example, now he played Wasteland and destroyed the land, and now he knows that Daniel doesn't have a response to that. So that's already information that Daniel gave it to him. So I don't think it will be able to run it back. So I think he
no.
just missed the trigger.
Yeah, yeah. Normally with mistriggers now, it's kind of like you ask your opponent, or the judge will ask the opponent, "Do you want him to put the trigger on the stack? Do you want it allowed on the stack?" And your opponent's, unless it's a negative trigger, yeah, the opponent will say, "Don't. I don't want to put the trigger on the stack," so it doesn't happen. So it passes back to Daniel. Daniel draws a Kozilek's command for turn and looks at the top of his card, as is his right with Mystic Forge. Double Urza's Kozilek's command, a One Ring, and the ability to make a lot of mana this turn. So
Okay, so
taps
we have three, and then we
3,
have two,
5. So he's got
five.
5, go down to 4, up to 7. So you got the One Ring, and he should have 3 mana floating, I think, here.
No,
But
I think that was the five. Because the green
oh, because the
monolith
first
was
ring,
was tapped.
yeah, the first key untaps it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So that's all the mana gone. But it does get Force Will. Moritz pitches the Stifle. And yeah, nothing can play off the top, so he just passes back to Moritz. Moritz, what's he got? He's got several cards in hand. Plays a Tropical Island. Attacks with Tamio. Makes a second clue. And immediately cracks the clue. So
Okay.
isn't quite confident with his hand, or just wants to hit a little bit more info. Ooh, and a Brazen Borrower. Petty Thefting the Mystic Forge here is pretty good. Cuts him off a lot of plays. It will cost a lot of mana to kind of get that back out.
Yeah, maybe his whole turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Pass it back to Daniel. Daniel. Ooh, there's an Urza Saga. That's a great draw.
Exactly. It's the mana from the saga and the extra type for the workshop. So
Yeah, so Workshop adds 2 now. Adds 2, taps the Candelabra. So it goes down to 1, back up to 3. 4, go down to 2, tap that up to 6. So he should have 2 floating mana. But another Force Will on the Forge. So he should have, I think, 2 floating mana here. And he has another Monolith in hand. Is that the Basalt Monolith in hand?
exactly. It's like the fifth monolith.
Goes to
He has 4
1.
green monolith and 1 basalt monolith in this list.
So he goes. Ooh. So he's exiled Tamio and so he's cast a Kozak's command here, exiled Tamio and scry 2, draw 1. So he just
Exactly.
did X's 2. Kept 1 on top, drew it. And that's an Urza's Tower, I think, looking at it. A really old art Urza's Tower.
No, yeah, it is. And now, for example, when he plays it, it only taps for 1 mana, but then it adds another type for the workshop.
Yeah. Yeah, another Urza's land for the workshop is very, very good. And he draws a key for turn. So Urza's Saga ticks off for 2. Yeah, Moritz in his turn just cracked the clue, passed back, but Daniel untaps, ticks up the thing, the Urza Saga, and just passes back to Moritz, who casts a Bowmaster in end step. Moritz untaps, draws for turn, plays a Polluted Delta. And this is kind of like the slow gameplay you expect. All the answers are kind of being deployed, but this is a game that I think Urza Saga excels in, because it passes back to Daniel, and Daniel end step makes a construct, and then untaps.
And now Daniel can maybe a very good play, which is untapping the Urza Saga to make an extra token at the end of step.
Yeah, Candelabra doing a lot of good work here. So he makes 2 constructs in the end step, but he can potentially use the extra mana to untap the Monolith here, or untaps Monolith, floats a bunch of mana, then untaps the Candelabra, makes another construct. So that's 3 constructs out of the end step here. These slow games, like against control players, are where Urza Saga really shines.
Exactly.
And be able to just make 3 constructs in the end step here, and potentially just make like another 3 in the upkeep or in the beginning of the main phase is nasty.
They're all 7/7s now, so already big threats.
Yeah, so Daniel goes to his turn, untaps, draws another copy of the One Ring. That's a pretty good draw. Urza Saga ticks up to 3. So the question is he going to make a bunch of constructs or float mana? Well, he's going to make at least 1 construct.
No. I think he was just adding mana while the Urza Saga was in play. So
right.
It is another type, you know?
No, is that not? Yeah, okay. He made a construct. Okay. Made a construct. Firstly, I appreciate he has all these construct tokens. He knows his deck makes up. This is the side of someone who plays the deck a lot, has a lot of experience, and goes, my deck makes 100 tokens, so I'm going to make sure I have 100 tokens. And
it's good to be prepared, right?
And he fetches another Manifold Key with his Urza Saga trigger. Now, Manifold Key, because obviously he's got the regular, the original key there.
Yes.
But he has got the Manifold Key. Now, Manifold Key's a lot more recent. Is it a bit obviously there is a bit of extra text there in terms of it gives unblockable, which do you reckon that will come into play here, or is he just going to just overwhelm with constructs?
Yeah, I think now he doesn't have to do anything else, because I don't believe Moritz has something to deal with all of this constructed at the same time. So he just have to get through 2 or 3 maybe attack phases,
Yeah. And Daniel makes a bunch of mana using the keys to untap the Monolith over and over again, and plays the One Ring, which with keys and floating mana in play, that's a lot of cards he's about to draw. Admittedly, with Bowmasters in play, which could be dangerous, he has got protection this turn, so none of them can target him. But Bowmasters might be able to gun down 1. I mean, those constructs are pretty big. He might not even be able to even gun down 1, right? Because they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 10s?
Exactly. 10 10s.
Okay. Oh, but there is another Force of Will here to get the One Ring out of the way. So all the Force of Wills, drawing them all the time. But here's a Kozak's command to get rid of the Bowmasters. So if the One Ring had resolved, he had the way to stop the Bowmasters doing anything anyway.
Okay, and I think that's game because they are 9/9s. So and Morris has only 1 blocker, and he has no hand because he pitched for 3 Force of Wills. So I think that if Daniel attacks with the 3 constructs, we are going to game 2.
Yeah. Tapped out, 1 blocker. Yep. Swing for 27. Block, take 18. And go to game 2.
And that's game.
So looking at the sideboards here is what we saw Daniel take that with his mono brown deck, like the Mystic Forge untap key deck, and he calls the deck Forge, but it definitely seems like Key is the bigger part of the deck. Like Key seems to the manifold key and the voltaic key seem to be what make his deck go a little bit. Um, but what do you think Sultai Flash, the Sultai player, what do you think Moritz could bring in here against him?
I mean, looking at his sideboard, he has one Engineer Explosives, one Watawara, two Capital Flowers, two Fatal Pushes, two Veil of Summers, three Cryptic Coats, one Elvish Spirit Guide, one Endurance, and two Subtleties. And looking at this, the only card that I see that is a really good hit is the Explosives, you know? So you can maybe play it for one and deal with a lot of artifacts at the same time. But besides that, I don't see any like mass effect for destroying artifacts. So maybe he wants, for example, Ottawa. So in response to a untap, so he can kind of time walk the opponent. And I think that's it. I don't see use for example, fatal pushes or veil summer or subtleties and whatever, you know.
No. But we do see Moritz here taking a bunch of cards out of his deck, right? So he's looking through. These are cards he thinks maybe are bad in the matchup or not great.
Yeah.
So he's going, and this is an interesting way of sideboarding, right? He's going through and okay, maybe I've not played against this deck before, or maybe I've not played against it a lot. What cards are bad in the matchup? Look through all the cards that are bad. What cards are the worst out of my bad cards? So what do I really want to cut most? And then go through your sideboard and go, what can I bring in here? Now he is potentially, by the looks of it, bringing in like 1, 2, 3, like 7 cards.
Yeah, those are a lot.
Okay, so he decided which 3 he wants to keep from the cards he thought were bad, or worse for the matchup.
Yeah. Because maybe he only has 3 cards that he wants to put in, you know.
No, but it does seem like he's bringing in like 8 cards.
And
That's a lot.
I think it's very interesting his sideboard because it has a card that I don't see it very often, which are the 3 Cryptid Coats. You know,
No, I mean,
I have seen it in modern in some artifact builds. You know, but not really seen it in Legacy. But I think it's an okay card. It's a repeated threat. You know, I think it can be good in some matchups.
yeah, I mean, it's a really hard threat to block, right? In the sense of it can't be blocked. And it showed up in standard a few times. But yeah, I'm surprised to see it as well. But I have to imagine, right? With if you look at his sideboard, there is, as I say, engine explosives is an auto bring in, right? It you either set it on 1 and kill all the keys, or you set it on 0 and kill all the constructs. So I think that's an auto bring in. But yeah, I have to assume he's brought in some amount of like cryptic coat here, right? Like that just seems like the natural bring in. Maybe fatal push to destroy a construct and buy you a turn. Or maybe he knows the deck, right? Because we know that Daniel has these things like glaring flesh rakers. Maybe he's just aware of them and he's just like, I'm going to make sure that I can kill those when they appear.
I don't know because I don't see he has because for me he doesn't have a very good clock. He cannot kill Daniel really fast. So I don't think bringing Fatal Push is gonna help his game plan. You know, I
No.
mean, okay, it can be helpful killing a construct, but I don't think that's the kind of game you wanna play. I think that's the kind of game that Daniel wants to play. You know, okay, we trade some cards, but then I have rings and I have Kozilek's command and things that go over the top, and I eventually gonna win. You know.
Yeah. I mean, game 2, they've got drawn their enemy hands and they've both kept Moritz leading off with a Misty Rainforest and passes back to Daniel, who leads off with a Ancient Tomb into Grim
Ancient Flame
Monolith.
Monolith. Yeah.
And a Mox Opal. Ooh, lots of cards seeing play this turn. But plays Mox Opal and just passes back to Moritz. Moritz end of turn fetches.
Mox Opal was a one-off in this deck. Yep.
It's always nice when you draw the one-offs. Always nice. But end step, yeah, I was looking for the list quickly to see if there was a Surveil land. And, I mean, what do you think of the Surveil lands? Because they were included, like, last year, and I remember when they were previewed, and a lot of people kind of umming and ahhing about whether they'd even see play, but they seem to have seen a lot more play than people originally expected.
I mean, obviously there are decks that use them better than others, but I think they were a very good inclusion overall. You know, in Legacy, in Modern, in Standard, why not? So of course they are better in formats that you can search for them. So we are talking about modern and legacy, but I think they changed a lot the overview of the meta game. Because maybe Surveil One can be seen as okay, not so good or not so impactful, but sometimes you're looking for a specific card or you want something to really change the game, and that gives you that extra look that you might in other case doesn't have. So I think they're really really good.
Yeah. And Moritz kept on top with the Surveil, played a Misty and passed back to Daniel, who played a second Ancient Tomb and has played a Mystic Forge. But that is getting Force Willed by Moritz, pitching a Brainstorm here, which is important, I think. With the current board state, you definitely, with the amount of mana that Daniel has access to, you really just want to keep Mystic Forge off the board.
Exactly. And I mean, I don't think his life is so important at this stage of the game, but it's important to note that Daniel is already at 14 for using the lands 3 times. So maybe if Moritz can play a creature and still have his defenses up, he can try to raise this board.
Yeah. And note, he does have a second Surveil land in his deck, Moritz, in the form of a hedge maze, but does opt to fetch the Tropical Island here. So I wonder if he's got an end step play. And it is an end step dress down. Ooh, are we going to see the Phyrexian Dreadnought here or an Uro?
I really
I
want
wonder.
it.
It's the Dreadnought. It's 1 mana. It has to be the Dreadnought, right? Oh, yeah. Taps
Let's see.
the sewers. Oh, it's Brainstorm.
Oh, it's a
Oh, I got
brainstorm.
excited there for a second. I was hoping we'd see the Dreadnought.
Everyone's is expecting the 12-12.
But as someone who's played like Jeskai, Dress Down in Modern, I love Dress Down. It's such a good card.
Yeah, and for example, when your opponent is his main kill plan is Urza Saga Constructs, Dress Down is really really good.
Yeah, and actually, I'm surprised. I mean, I have to assume since he's gone for the end step dress down, he has now that he's tapped the land for Brainstorm as well, which means he can't get the 3 mana for Uro. I have to assume he's got a Dreadnought in hand because otherwise, the Dreadnought, unless you're actually progressing that kind of board game, dress down is just so valuable against the construct deck.
Exactly, because in other games sometimes Dress Down is just a cycler, but in this one is a really good card. So yeah, as we
Uh,
expected, the Dreadnought arrives.
yeah, Dreadnought 12-12, and yep, and then the dress down dies. So here's a 12-12. So you say the life total got quite low from those ancient tombs, and he needs a clock. Well, I think a 1 mana 12-12 with trample gets there.
No, and it practically kills the lands because if you tap them 1 time, okay, I have a little in play. So let's see what happens now.
Yeah, because unless he has an answer, and it's only 1 mana, so I think Kozilek's Command can deal with it well. But I don't know if he's got Kozilek's Command in hand, and he doesn't. And we know the Ugin's in hand, but Ugin does nothing against a colorless Dreadnought.
Exactly.
So plays Urza Saga, plays thinking of using it to use the key. Well, sorry, use it to cast the mana Voltaic key. And he's just thinking about generating mana with the Monolithic key. But what's he trying to do here? So generates 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Ugin.
Okay. So he doesn't have anything
But Ugin gets
to get
subtletied
rid of.
here. Yeah,
Okay,
that's game.
that's
That's
it.
game. So, as we go to game 3, and Moritz, I mean, we got to see the power of Dress Down Dreadnought there. And Daniel, okay, a bit of an unfortunate start having double Ancient Tomb, so he was kind of forced into a position where he had to try and go for something there. And I guess if Ugin resolves, I think the plan there was probably use the Ancient Tomb, go to 12, but if Ugin resolves, you gain life from the plus, or the 0, whichever one it is that draws a card and gains 3 life.
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
+2.
the plus, thank you. But Moritz evens up, so Daniel, going back to sideboarding. Now, we didn't discuss last time what Daniel could sideboard. Obviously, he was game up, but also he's a Karn deck. So a lot of his stuff is kind of like, he wants to have artifacts in his sideboard for tutoring. But is there anything here that you reckon he should bring in?
I mean, he has 2 dismembers, and I don't know how threatful is the Tamus and the Bowmasters. So maybe want to bring dismembers for that. But besides that, since he's a Karn deck, he doesn't have many options. So I don't see anything besides that. Maybe you want the Snaring Bridge on the main, but then you lose access to it on the side.
Yeah, yeah, it's one of those issues. I've known different Khan players, and I've seen a bunch of people that say, "Well, actually, I know it's a one-off, and I'd rather Khan for it, and I've got 4 Khans." But sometimes you can't afford to Khan for it, right? Like if it's a 2-drop answer or 3-drop answer, and you're like, "Well, if I've got the mana to Khan, I've got the mana to cast it, but I don't always have the mana to Khan and cast it on the same turn." And you may go, "Actually, I need to cast it early in the game," so you may just have to bring it in order to get it early enough.
Exactly. And it was funny that this game too happened exactly like we talked. That pretty much Moritz stole the game with a fast clock, because otherwise he pretty much always gonna lose the long games, you know. So he was prepared to have a response for the two first threats, which was through Mystic Forges, and then he plays a Dreadnought and the game ends, you know. Because I think that's the good gameplay for him, which is have the first answers and then kill as fast as you can.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the kind of thing this deck seems to be wanting to do, right? Is have a control deck. You have the answers like the things that kind of keep your opponent's card draw engines in check, like Orcish Bowmasters. You have interaction in the form of like Brazen Borrow and Petty Theft. But one of the key things the deck's trying to do, I think, is having this ability to dress down in the opponent's end step and then untap an Uro or Dreadnought.
Exactly.
And
And I mean, I really like Dreadnought. I have a lot of friends that are playing pre-modern, and Dreadnought is a very good deck in that format too. So it's like it's good to see him play in Legacy too.
yes, yeah, very very good C play in Legacy. Um, and the fact that Dress Down just shuts down opponents' creatures a lot of the time as well, like against Daniel, obviously it kills all his constructs, but it's not terrible to like doing the opponent's upkeep to prevent them using their spawn tokens as well.
And I already see in Daniel's rant a dismember, exactly like we thought. So he is bringing some answers to the fast creatures of Moritz.
Which is valuable here because Daniel leads off with Urza's Tower and passes, and Moritz goes turn 1 land Tamio, but has the days for the Khan. And that's the thing, right? He went tower into the Planar Nexus, which is immediately the 4 mana you need for Khan.
Exactly.
So replays the Tropical Island, attacks for Tamio, makes a clue, um, and plays a Brainstorm.
Exactly. Now he's one land behind because of the days, but he needed to deal with Karn, so that was the necessary play.
Yes. And Brainstorm here, valuable. I imagine maybe trying to hit another land for next turn, or maybe trying to get a blue card for a Force Will or something. Maybe just trying to make sure he has an answer and set up his hand for the next turn.
Yeah, because since he already had his land drop for the turn, he's not gonna be able to play, for example, Wasteland. So he knows Daniel is gonna be having access to a lot of mana in this turn, so he has to have answers for that.
And of course, it does transform the Tamio as well. But another Planar Nexus here into a Forge, and yeah, as we expected, a Force Will
Exactly.
pitching the Uro. That's quite an interesting card to pitch, but maybe that's not what his game's about this time. So
Exactly. I think it's exactly like we talked that Uru is a very good card in the mid range matchups, but in this one that he needs a fast clock, I think it's not ideal. You know.
So Daniel, after the Forge gets countered, passes back to Moritz, who ticks up Tamio and plays a Polluted Delta. Is he going to be doing anything else? He's definitely thinking about something here. So there's definitely something he's wondering, debating whether it's the right play or not.
Exactly. Maybe he thinks it's time to deploy a threat. You know, because every time that he gives to Daniel is maybe some hits that he has. So it can be Mystic Forge, it can be the One Ring, it can be Kozilek's Command. So these are all cards that he doesn't want to see in the other part of the board. You know. So
And he
maybe
does he does
yeah, yeah,
fetch
go
here for
ahead.
an Underground Sea. And it is possible he was also thinking about maybe the card that was on top of his deck still from Brainstorm, whether that was a card he wanted to draw or not.
Could be, yeah.
But fetches it away, gets the Underground Sea. And let's see what he does, because you wouldn't make that fetch unless you had a play here. So he must have something he wants to do.
I mean, the only thing I see right now is maybe Dreadnought with Stifle.
Or Murktide.
Oh, okay.
Murktide. Yeah, that's a good threat. It's a good threat, and a high mana value is hard for the Cossacks commanded Daniel's hand to answer. And it's an 8/8, so that Dismember's not doing anything either. So passes back to Daniel. Who
I thought he didn't have enough cards in his graveyard, but
well, he did
apparently
have he did have the Elvish Spirit Guide that he pitched as well to cast it.
Ah, okay, okay.
So passes it back to Daniel. Daniel plays the One Ring and immediately ticks the ring. It resolves. There's no counterspell from Morit's hand, and immediately ticks up and draws a tower. Plays, but you'd already played the Ancient Tomb for turn. Plays his one of Mox. Thank you, Mox Opal, and has 1, 2, 3, 4 mana here to play with.
Dash is asking us how many players do we have in this tournament, and it's actually 38, so it's a 6-round tournament with top 8 cut.
So this is actually an interesting situation here. So he's Cossacks commanding for 1. Right, because he doesn't have the third artifact for the Mox, right? So it is only Cossacks command for what? For 1. So scry 1, draw 1, and make a 1/1.
So he likes the card that he sees, and it's another ring.
Yeah, I definitely. If you're worried about the beatdown from the Murktide, that's definitely the right card to have. So Moritz cracking the clue. Plays Misty Rainforest. Now, unfortunately, because he delved away his graveyard, he can't tick down Tamio to like pick up the Force of Will that was in the bin, because that's what I would have been maybe looking at doing to try and make sure that that nothing else resolves here and this Murktide gets to really get going. But
exactly like we discussed, he didn't even have enough cards, so he had to pitch the Elvish. So there was no way to leave the Force of Will in the graveyard.
No. So he passes back to Daniel. Daniel draws 2 cards for the ring. Draws a Urza's
It's a workshop, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the workshop. Taps for a bunch of mana. Taps for 3 mana, I think, Urza's workshop here. Oh, no.
Exactly.
No. Taps for 1, 2, 3, 4 mana, because the planar things are also Urza's lands. So taps, yep. Taps to play a Voltaic Key, uses the Voltaic Key to untap the ring, draws another 3 cards here. There's a Glowing Fleshraker there, so this could be a big turn for Daniel.
Exactly. If Moritz doesn't have an answer for that, because you're gonna play cards and generate tokens and just keep going, and I don't see a Kozilek's command in his hand right now, but he's gonna have access to more cards. So
Well, there is a Cossacks command in hand still. There is
okay.
he had 2, so there is 1 still there. It's just there under the Urza Saga that's in hand.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
But Moritz thinking hard here. So does he have an answer? No, doesn't look like it. It resolves. Cool. So let's see if Daniel can actually go off here. So he cracks the thing, plays the spawn, makes a manifold key, makes another spawn, deals 1 to Moritz, sacks the spawn, uses the key on the One Ring, draws 4.
Draws 4, yeah.
2 land and a ring and a Pithing Needle. Okay. So that is the main board Pithing Needle, so that's not a problem. Cast the Pithing Needle, makes a spawn. Probably going to name Tamio. Could name Misty Rainforest here. Names the Tamio. Okay.
I mean, Temio is not very threatful right now, but it's a play that he generates another Eldrazi spawn, so it just keep going, you know.
Yep. And plays One Ring, but Moritz does have the Force of Will. So he was thinking about the Glaring Fleshraker, but pitches a subtlety to the Force of Will to counter the One Ring. The One Ring does make another spawn, though, that deals 1 more to Moritz. Now, that's important here, right? Because I don't think Daniel can actually go off anymore this turn. So, yep, passes back.
No, he can. And now with the attack from the Murktide, which is 8, plus the 4 from the ring, yeah, it's a close game. It's a close game.
It is going to be very close. So, There's also the fact that okay, cracks the Misty Rainforest. It's also possible if Moritz has a Bowmasters here, that's going to be very bad news. I mean, there is the Dismember here, but that's going to cost him like another 4 life to cast.
Exactly. I don't think Daniel can afford to play this member right now.
Well, he does. I mean, he does have the play Nexus, so he might be able to use those to generate the black mana. But that does. He has a lot of mana from the Urza's Workshop, and he has got 2 more Urza's Workshop in hand. So if he wants the mana, he can get it.
Okay.
Um, gets a tropical island. Taps for 2. What's he got here? Petty Theft. Bounces the Pithing Needle. Takes down the Tameo. Oh, yeah, he ults the Tameo. Oh, it reached ult already. Oh, that's scary. That's a lot of cards he's drawing. I didn't realise that Tameo had quite got to ultimate ready, so the Pithing Needle was actually doing quite good work there on the Tameo.
Exactly.
I always forget how quickly that Tameo gets to ult level. That is always scary how quickly he gets to ult. And the control player drawing a ton of cards here. I mean, we thought Daniel had a lot of cards and a lot of ways to play cards, but yeah, Moritz just drew half his deck.
Exactly.
And well, I think we can almost guarantee that he has Daze and Force Will in hand.
I think
Uh,
so. And I mean, when it flipped to two, it went already to four directly. So it's just 2 more turns. So that's why the Epiphany was actually detrimental to the board.
and Berserk on the Murktide to do 16.
Yeah.
And being tapped out of Cutlass Mana, he's got a spawn. He can cast the Dismember, but all that does is spend 4 life. That's good, and that's going to do it.
Man, and
Moritz,
Daniel cannot believe it. Because it seemed like the game was well on his way, but actually Moritz was able to steal it again.
yeah, I mean, we also thought it was quite a close game there, right? We didn't realize, or we thought, I mean, I personally thought Daniel probably had that in the bag from there, right? But yeah, a Petty Theft bouncing the Pithing Needle, and a forgetting on how quickly Tameo ults, and Daniel was able to get it with the one-off Berserk. Not sorry, Moritz is able to get there with the one-off Berserk. Sorry.
Yeah. And for the the viewers that are asking, the green card is Berserk, which is a one green mana instant, but can only be cast before the combat, and it pretty much double the power of the creature. So we had an 8/8 Murktide, so it would attack for 16, and then it would die in his upkeep for the ring.
Yeah. So that is the end of round 2, and that was I mean that was a great match. That is why I love Legacy, right? You saw the obscene amount of game actions that Daniel was able to take with his mono brown deck, like all the artifacts, everything. Like game 1, so many keys to keep unlocking those artifacts, to keep going again and again and again, make a ton of constructs, and just kind of out of nowhere almost. I mean, we knew he had these things, but to generate like 3 constructs and then step and just immediately then kill his opponent is wild. I completely miss those interactions, and that's why I love Legacy. All these interactions that aren't quite obvious with a lack of experience in playing the format. And then we see Moritz come and take 2 games in a row. Basically, big threats coming out of nowhere, right? Like he had the Dreadnought after Daniel started with double Ancient 2, and like end step dress down into Dreadnought, completely taking the game there. Um, Backed up by a Force Will and a Nugin, so there was just really nothing that Daniel could do to get back in there. And in that game, yeah, Berserk on a Murktide.
Now, and Legacy is really unique because the blue decks in general has so much velocity to see cards that, for example, okay, now Moritz was able to draw half his deck, so it doesn't count, but you usually see more often those one-offs that you see in other formats. So for example, he knows he has access to that one Berserk that can win him the game, so maybe he was already playing thinking on that. So man, it's a great format, and now we saw a completely different matchup from the previous one, and it was super intense.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the things I like about these events, right? Is people will bring decks they enjoy, right? And these like more local level qualifiers. I mean, 38 players, reasonable sized event, but these are the kind of events where people will bring their pet decks, and we get to see decks like that where player knowledge of their deck is quite key, right? We know that Daniel has knowledge of his deck because he brought enough tokens for his deck. He knows his deck can do those turns, so he has the construct tokens for it. And we saw Moritz, um, play. I mean, I don't know the kind of play patterns there. I mean, he drew half his deck, right? So even if he didn't draw the Berserk, quite likely 2 turns of Murktide Beats, maybe 2 Force Wills in hand or something. There are ways he can win from there. I wouldn't necessarily put Daniel out. That deck clearly can take a lot of game actions and do a lot of things. But yeah, it's a Berserk off the top. I mean, that's why you put it in the deck, right? You've got Dreadnought, you've got Murktide, and you mean even if your opponent isn't fetching, isn't reducing their life total, isn't on double Ancient Tomb kind of starts, a Dreadnought, end step dress down, Dreadnought, untap again, Berserk, that's going to kill a lot of players.
No, and it was really nice to see that Moritz really knew his place in the game. For example, when you see his list, you see a lot of one offs, two offs, three offs. It's not like a clean deck. It has a lot of different cards for different situations. But I think he knew how to read the situation and thought, okay, what I need to do to win this game is have fast answers and then a fast clock. And that was exactly what he did in the post board games. So both games he had Tamil, so he had some some mode of card advantage. But in both games, he has a huge threat, Rex and Dreadnought, and then Murktide to close the game because he knows that if the game goes long, he's in a disadvantage. So I think it was really nice to see that. Okay, I know my deck and I know I have to do to win this matchup.
Yeah, and I think he does know the matchup quite well, right? Because when we talked about the sideboarding, a card we didn't really pick out was subtlety, and we saw both game 2 and 3 had that subtlety, right? In game 2, it was instrumental to counter his opponent's Ugin that could potentially gain enough life to just stay in the game through that Dreadnought and buy a couple of turns. But he's able to subtlety that Ugin away and just immediately win on the spot. And in game 3, he didn't cast the subtlety, but we saw him pitch it to Force Will. But we know he brought that in. We didn't see anything else in, but we'd imagine he'd bring in things like engineered explosives, right? But yeah, bring in subtlety. He knows that the matchup's all about the planeswalkers, like their key interact parts of the matchup. So yeah, it was. I think that was a great matchup. I love that kind of magic. I love seeing things that I've never really seen before. And today has really shown that those matchups are things I've not seen. I mean, I've not seen a lot of Legacy. It's been a long time since the Star City Games tour where they had Legacy every weekend. I do miss that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get in the next couple of rounds. So
Exactly. And
I think
I mean, I think we missed a little when we were evaluating the mono brown deck because, okay, we talked about the keys, we talked about the monoliths, but I think we didn't pay as much attention as we could in the Flash Raker. And that was exactly what Moritz did, bringing the subtleties. Because, okay, he used it against a Yugin, okay, but the Yugin's a one off. But I think one of the very core strategies of the deck is the Flash Raker with the commands, so you can go off and start pinging and then win from there. And Moritz was very aware of that.
yes, I mean he did. And the thing is, we did see him consider that, right? Because the Glaring Flesh Raker was on the stack. He thought for a few seconds and went resolve. And it's like, okay, doesn't have an answer. Play this another One Ring out. Nope, he's got the Force Will. So he just realized that with the resources that Daniel had at the time, Daniel needed like another One Ring. He needed something like that to stay alive. The Glaring Flesh Raker, unless he had a bunch of 1-drops in hand, wasn't going to kill Daniel. Wasn't going to kill Moritz. And so he just let it resolve. At that stage of the game, he had the threat, and maybe he already had the Berserk in hand. Who knows? I didn't know exactly what he had in hand. But I think if you know that you're going to be able to Tamio ult next turn, then you're probably going to win from there anyway. So
Odds are that or you're gonna draw the Berserk, or you're gonna at least draw interaction. Some Force of Will, Daisies, whatever. So at least you buy yourself another turn to attack again with Murktide. So yeah, I think that the ultimate resolve the game.
yeah, because you're either going to draw Berserk, Force Will, or you're going to draw Bowmasters, and that One Ring ain't tapping.
Exactly.
So yeah. So that was it for round 2. Is in the books. Round 3, we'll have to wait for round 3 for a few minutes. So we're going to go to another break. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you in a little bit. and welcome back to the European Unity League. Hopefully, everyone's enjoying the coverage so far because I'm certainly enjoying today. I don't know about you, Vizos, but the last two rounds have both been incredibly fun to watch.
Man, I'm liking very much because it's not often that I can see Legacy, and now when we do, it's all different decks and people that really knows how to play their deck. So, man, I'm enjoying very much.
Yes. I know there's a lot of issues with concerns people have with Legacy at the moment in terms of it being dominated by, as the ban announcement this last week, which didn't have any bans but did talk about the format, and people talked about like Blue Black Reanimator and people talking about Upsal spells. I know there was a concern for those two decks in the format. But we've seen 4 different decks across the 2 rounds, and this next round, 2 different decks again. So 3 rounds, 6 different decks, and this round has a deck that is a pet deck of mine. It is the deck that I would play in Legacy if I could afford it, or a version of the deck I'd play in Legacy if I could afford it. But sadly, at the moment, don't own jewels, and not particularly keen on playing these formats with shock lands. I know you can, but I also understand that when you see life totals go down to 1, even with jewels, you probably would have lost a couple of turns ago if you had shocks. But before we go into round 3, let's again go through kind of what we're doing here today and what people are playing for.
Okay.
So this is the European Unity League. This is a qualifier event for that. And as everyone is playing, as we've mentioned a couple of times already before, people are playing top 16 prize. 9th to 16th get €45 in store credit. Everyone else, minimum of €100 credit in top 8 and a deck box. And this is taking place BB-Spiele in Rosenheim, Germany. And those flooded strands look gorgeous. And I really like that trophy as well.
I mean, everything is a must, I think the deck boxes are cool. Heavy Play has done a very good job in producing their accessories, and the flood strands are nice. The trophy is good, so yeah, I think it's a good package.
Yeah, and I've seen those deck boxes, the ones with the windows especially, you kind of see a lot more play around, as a lot of Commanders players just love having them to display their commander in the deck box, and it makes it a lot easier when you're selecting your commander, kind of pick that out. But for Legacy, get to showcase off your favorite card in the deck, maybe the archetype linchpin, or maybe your favorite token. You get to display the art, which is quite good. And as I say, it's a qualifier event. As you can say, the winner gets the trophy, but they also get an invite to the end of the year Magic European Cup final for the European League, Unity League, which is in Bologna next year, Q1 next year. €20,000 prize pool. But how other people have other ways to qualify. And, you can see here there are plenty of ways to qualify. So you can play your local FNM weekly events, go to RCQs if your store is signed up to the European Unity League. All the regional championship events all count towards this as well. I know in the UK, Axion events count as well to these kind of things. And as you can see, the amount of points you get depends on kind of the points modifier. So if it's a local event, you'll get points equal to the amount of points you win in the event. So as I said, if you go 3-1, 4-0, you'll get 9 or 12 points. If you go to a regional and above, then you just multiply those points by the multiplier. The top 40 to 120, depending on your country's size and how many people kind of take part in these events, will qualify for your country's nationals. And then if you do well at the national events, I think it's like top 8 or something, will qualify to the European Cup final next year, beginning of the year. So that is a way to get there. But obviously, as we mentioned today, today's a qualifier event. So if you go to a qualifier event, you can just win the qualifier and get there.
No, man, it's like we talked. Like, okay, you can win one of those events and already get the invitation. But for some people, they can only play locally and also win the invitational. So it's good for everyone. You have all the types of, let's say, levels of play, so you can go chase the invitation. So yeah, I think it's a very well structured tournament series.
Yeah, I as I mentioned, I've been a bit more of a grinder this year. Like some years have not really done a lot of grinding, and part of it is just having to spike an event, having to win a particular event to try and do these things, get these events. Like I'll take part in local qualifiers, I'll take part in events that are like big that a lot of my friends are going to because I want to try and maybe win not a qualifier but like the prize. Like say we have a tournament series in the UK that the big events, 4 of them a year, win like a holiday, like you win a holiday. But they've also been doing these events now where they qualify for an end of year event, which means I want to go to all 4. Like before, I'd go to 1 or 2 that I could get to easily a little bit more each year, the ones that were near my grandparents. But now I'm like, I might as well get a hotel and go with some friends because we're all going to go, and we might qualify. And I just like this slide. I just show this slide a little bit because those flooded strands are really pretty. And as a
I
blue
mean,
player, as a Jeskai player, yeah, these lands are really pretty. I really love these lands, and getting to see them as a much, we have had great promos for events recently, occasionally with Wizards of the Coast, but a lot of the RCQ promos, the current season and next season don't look great. So I'm quite glad that they're offering a little bit better than a single innkeeper and stuff like that.
nah, man, it's a fetch land with a Ragavan on it. What's not to like, right?
Yeah, it's a blue-white fetch with Ragavan representing Jeskai, and as a Jeskai mage, it's my favorite. So we are ready for round 3. We have a fantastic matchup for you. I hope. I mean, one of the decks is my favorite deck, and I'm going to be. I know we should be a bit impartial as commentators, but I can't help be a little bit biased because we have Thilo Shram on Jeskai Wizards, which is basically just the Jeskai control deck for Modern. One of the variants ported over to Legacy, which I can't wait to see how this goes. And we have Tobias Safert on lands. And this is like an ancient matchup, I think, like control versus lands. I'm curious to see how this goes.
Okay, if you are biased towards the Jeskai one, I'll be biased toward land, so I want to see 2020s attacking, okay?
That's fine. 2020s can attack all they want because Swords to Plowshares say, go, and you can attack me, but you're going to go farming instead. So let's get to the match.
Let's go. Okay, a little of roll dicing.
Yeah, so we have Tobias on the left on lands, and we have Thilo on the right on Jeskai Wizards. And we can see the lands player triple sleeved his deck. He really likes his card. I mean, a lot of the lands deck is on reserve list, right? You've got to protect those cards.
I mean, when you have the Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale in your deck, that's understandable, right?
Oh, yeah. And we can see there, Thilo, the white-bordered ponder. White-bordered ponder. So many players are going to be upset by that, I expect. But that's great. So, I think Philo's tracking Tobias's mulligan here, so he's down to 6.
I think so. Yes. So one last card, and I think now they are choosing to mulligan. Man, there is a card in Thilo's deck that I didn't expect, which is Standard Trap Trainer. It was good in Standard, and now it sees playing in Modern, and now even Legacy.
I'm surprised it's seen playing Legacy. I mean, it's a wizard, so I guess you need it for one of the other cards, the Flame of Anor. So we see Tobias lead off with Forest and Expedition map, and Thilo leads off with Basic Island into Tameo. So kind of both decks starting off with kind of their ideals. Well, not necessarily ideal for the lands. They often want to start with Exploration, but still, great start.
Not just Tameo, white bordered Tameo.
Yeah, white bordered Tameo. Then Tobias goes. What's that land? That's the
That's a
theater.
Thespian Stage into Pithy Needle. Yeah.
Yeah, Thespian Stage into Pithy Needle, naming Tameo the flip side of Tameo, I assume. Passes back to Thilo, who attacks with Tameo, makes a clue, which is, I don't know what that looks like. A Flesh and Blood token.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a card. Yeah.
I didn't know they had. I know Flesh and Blood have treasures. I didn't know they had clues. But he plays a Flooded Strand, cracks that, gets a land, and here it is, Thunder Trap Trainer. Now, someone playing in this deck in Modern recently, Thunder Trap Trainer is great because it counts as a wizard for your Flame of Anor, but also sacrifice to Flare of Denial. Now, there is no Flare of Denial in Philo's deck. He doesn't need it. He's got Force of Will. But it still gets you the wizard count for Flame of Anor, and the game goes long. You get 2 of them. It's a pretty good card.
Yeah. I mean, it gives you that velocity that we were talking about last matchup. So you get to see the 4 cards, see what you want for the specific matchup, and now he takes Flame of Anor, which is a very good combination with the Thunder Trap Trainer. So yeah, it's a well-rounded card.
That Flame of Anor was also white bordered, and there is no white border printing. So either he has altered his cards to all be white border, or he has inner sleeves that have the white border on them.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But he takes the Flame of Anor from Thunder Trap Trainer, passes it back to Tobias, who plays a basic forest that's been altered. signed. That looks pretty, and passes back to Philo,
To be
who
honest, it's not to my liking, all the white borders, but I can respect it. At least he has a different deck, you know?
so plays Prismatic Vista. And the thing is, you look at this deck so far, right? Everything that Philo has played so far has been like basic lands, right? Like anyone could play this deck. Like, this is modern so far. We've not seen anything that's legacy exclusive here.
Exactly. And it's good to note that Tilo has, let me see, 7 basic lands in his deck. So 5 islands, 2 plains, and 1 mountain. So he's not so
Yes.
susceptible to wastelands and stuff, you know?
No. And I really like this. So he attacks with Thunder Trap Trainer, attacks with Tamio. Then post combat, he's playing Flame of Anor to draw 2 cards and destroy the Pith Needle. In response, Tobias goes for a crop rotation, but that gets Force of Willed. So the land gets sacrificed as additional cost. That's gone. Then Philo draws the 2 cards, gets to flip Tamio, and now that the Pith Needle's gone, gets to activate it as well this turn. So ticks up straight to 4. That has to be a great exchange for Philo.
Yeah, it was very good because almost because he was already wanted to counter, but the additional cost in crop rotation sets Tobias back 1 turn, you know. So yeah, that was a very good exchange.
Yes, and Tobias end step cracks the map, goes and gets a land which I know of because I've played it a lot.
It's a blast station.
Blast Zone, yeah, blasting zone.
Yeah, blasting zone. Yeah.
The land that was first introduced to Magic through War of the Spark and has seen a reprint, I think, in Foundations. It's been a lot of sets. It's been a lot of Commander product, at least. I know that.
I know it's in standard, but I don't know exactly which set.
But that's back. So he passes back. Draws for turn. Will he play Blast Zone? Blast Zone's pretty good. No, he doesn't. He plays Scrubland. Taps the forest for an exploration. Okay, so he does get to play the Blast Zone, but it isn't. It's a Ghost Quarter. Now, Ghost Quarter I don't think is going to do a lot here. The Jeskai Wizards deck has a lot of basics.
Exactly. And just to clarify, that's a Savannah, not a Cleveland.
Oh, is it Savannah?
So
Thank
it's
you.
the green white, yeah.
Green white. So plays a prismatic. Philo plays a Prismatic Vista, ticks down Tamio to bring back the Flame of Anor.
Exactly. Yeah, attacks for 1.
Attacks for 1. So it's not a fast clock. Ponder. Looks at the top 3. There's a Snapcaster Mage. There's a Swords to Plowshares. I have to expect you keep this.
I think so. I think it's keepable just because of the Snapcaster, you know?
Yes. And the thing is, the lands deck, one of the main ways lands wins, right, is from a 2020 indestructible, but not hexproof.
Yeah. Notably not Rexproof. I mean, it is indestructible, but since the main way for Tilo to get it off the table is Plowshares, so I think that's, yeah.
Yeah. And Plowshares is great. So he does keep it on top of all 3 cards, puts Snapcaster on top and draws it, which is pretty good here when he's got 3 mana open. I don't know if there's anything he wants in the graveyard to Snapcaster right now, other than Ponder, but he couldn't do it. He doesn't have wouldn't have double blue. So pass back to Tobias. Tobias plays the Blast Zone. Now he can kill Tamio with the Blast Zone straight away if he wants to.
But that also get rid of his own exploration, so I don't think that's a good deal.
Well, he doesn't have another land here, so he just plays Blast Zone and passes back. Tobias cracks the Prismatic Vista, goes and gets probably an island here, because he's casting the Flame of Anor. And we see here, at the bottom of that deck there, the card why Philo's running all these basics, right? And that's back to basics, which is like the blue Blood Moon. We see here, at the bottom of that deck there, the card why... yeah, and we see Flame of Anor, draw 2. I assume it's just draw 2 here, which, yep, draws 2, Thunder Trap Trainer, Swords, Plowshares. Okay, so it was a Thunder Trap Trainer in the Ponder as well. Yeah, you definitely keep that Ponder. So he's Ghost Quartering now the Plains.
Yeah, he founds the Plowshare, so at least he has some protection against the Dark Depths creature.
So, yeah, Tobias here Ghost Quartering the Plains, but, I mean, he has enough of them. He has 2 basic planes, so that's the second planes there. So A second Ghost Quarter would get rid of that planes, but he's only running the one Ghost Quarter. But obviously, the lands players do often have ways to get those cards back. Life of the Loam being a big feature. But he only has one card in hand, so I don't know what Tobias has, and that must not be a good spot, right? Where you've got one card in hand and the control player just has a handful of cards.
Yes. And I mean, the only basic land that he only has access to one is the mountain, which is the not so important one, let's say.
So he used the floating white and the red to crack a clue, drew a card, tax for one. So the Ghost Quarter was during Philo's turn.
Yeah.
And Philo looks like he's going to have to discard the hand size here. Albert plays a
Plays a volcanic.
plays a volcanic for turn. It's interesting as well. You've played Exploration, played 2 lands in 1 turn, and the Jeskai control player still has more lands in play than you. And
Yeah,
plays enough for Tamio.
it's a strange game because even though Tobias had the exploration, he didn't have anything to follow it up, you know. So even though he had some lands, he wasn't able to do anything with them.
No. So he plays the second Tamio into the Blast Zone. Now, obviously, Tamio is quite interesting in the sense of you can have the Planeswalker and the creature at the same time, generating loads of value. But I have a feeling there he's just doing that to kind of incentivize the Blast Zone, get lands off Tobias's board, but also free up the ability to play 1 or 2 drops down the line, right? Because you don't really want your opponent to grow it and start blowing up maybe more impactful permanents. But there's the card we expected, Life of the Loam. Tobias targeting a Blast Zone, Ghost Quarter, and a Plains? No, that can't be a Plains. Is that another Savannah?
No, I think it's Ghost Quarter, Blast Zone, and a forest. It
Forest.
was it was the forest that he sacrificed to the crop rotation, you know.
Right, yeah.
And yeah, that was exactly what he needed to draw, because even if he gets counter, he can then dredge it on the next turn.
Yeah. So Thelo responding with a Brainstorm
I I
and Dress Down.
snapcaster that I think it was targeting the force of will, and then a brainstorm.
Ah.
Oh no, okay,
Maybe it was just targeting the Brainstorm. Maybe it was a... No, it can't be.
yeah,
Oh no, it was okay. So Snapcaster had to target something when it entered. So, but he does. There's something in the bin he actually wants to cast. So he targets something, doesn't cast it, but just casts a Brainstorm from hand.
okay,
I think he's just trying to increase the clock here. I think when your opponent has just brought those lands back, it's worth increasing the clock. And obviously the expiration's gone, right? So you know his hand now is 3 lands and potentially the Life from the Loam if he dredges it back, right? So you know he's
yeah.
only playing one of those lands next turn. But Tobias did play an Urza Saga in his turn.
Even though I think Dilo is ahead, Tobias needed to draw that life from the loan, and actually he has now access to Urza Saga as well. So the game might change a little.
Well, we do know that Philo has the Dress Down in hand, right? So that Dress Down might do a lot of work here against that Urza
Yes,
Saga.
but if Tobias has time, he has like the tokens and the life from the loan, so he has a repeat access to the Urza Saga, you know.
Yes. And here's what I mentioned earlier. It's the offspringed Thunder Trap Trainer. So look at the top 8 or top 4 twice, get 2 of the cards from each one, and gets a Force Well and a Back to Basics. That's a stacked hand. Is that 7 cards in hand?
I think so, yeah.
Well, that hand just looks more than 7, but yeah, that's a great hand if you're Jeskai Control. And if you're Jeskai Control fan like me, you're happy. Pass back to Tobias. Tobias doesn't dredge, just draws blindly for the turn. And we see he plays... Okay, so Blast Zone, Ghost Quarter of the Forest. Philo just wants to kind of write that down. And what's that last card in hand then? It's at the top of the hand. Let's see what it is. It is... Oh, another Thespian Stage. So Tobias' hand doesn't look great.
It doesn't look great, and I mean, even though Tilus has only some small creatures, I think maybe that's gonna be enough to take the game, you know.
Well, the Blast Zone, if he was to play it, would kill all of the creatures here, right? Because Blast Zone would kill all the 2-drops, and all the creatures there are 2-drops. If he can get it to 2, survive long enough to get it to 2. And he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage a turn, so he's got a few turns to play with. But opts, I think, to go for the Urza Saga plan. Yep,
And
Tobias.
there's the basic to basic.
Yeah, Tobias plays back to basics, so you can get one construct here. That is it. But if you get a construct, you're tapping a lot of your lands to do it. Actually, no, you just tap the two forests, right? You've got the two basic forests
Exactly.
there.
Yeah.
And you
So
have
if
got the
you want to
Thespian
do it, you can do it.
stage. Now, the interesting thing with the Thespian stage is you can Thespian stage, copy the Urza Saga, get it up to like 2 counters, gain the ability to make constructs, and I think you can Thespian stage a different land, lose the ability to keep ticking up, but keep the ability to make constructs.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So we
Okay,
see him make
he chooses
construct here.
to make the construct. Yeah.
Interesting. So is the Thespian stage a copy of a basic land at the moment? Or is it just going to stay tapped?
No. He now has 3 forests because of the back to basics. You know.
Oh, okay, so yeah, he turned it into a copy of a basic land. That's what he was doing there. So
Exactly.
he wasn't making a construct, he was turning it so it would untap. That's cool.
Okay, so now he searches for the artifact.
So what would you get here in this state? He's got a couple of one-offs. He's got Grafdigger's Cage, which could be useful against Snapcaster Mage. He's got Lava Spur Boots. Piffy.
Oh, Crotox on the chat just told us that actually the land in the top of Tobias board is actually a Yavimaya, not a forest. So it's like the
Ah,
green board. Yeah.
okay. The art made it. Thought it looked like an old school forest, but yeah, that makes more sense. So he does get the Grafdigger's Cage here, so that makes sense. You know your opponent's probably on Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, it's already one on the board, so yeah, so he wants to close the next ones, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Completely forget the one he's already played. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I don't think it's that relevant. Of course, the bias doesn't know that, but we know that he only has access to 2 snapcasters. But even though maybe there wasn't anything else relevant for him to search right now.
No. But yeah, this game looks. I mean, I know I'm being biased, but this game does look like it's kind of in favour for the Jeskai player. But he does. Tobias does play another Urza Saga and passes back. End step, Thelo cracks the clue, draws a card. We're just seeing that stacked hand. Just drew a Force of Will there. Force of Will, Prismatic Ending. Oh, it was another back to basics, sorry.
And the play that you were talking before of playing Blast Zone and then going up to 2 counters and then destroying all the board is not possible anymore because he only has access to 1 untapped activation, because
Yeah.
of the back to basics. So yeah.
Yeah, so you would need to answer the back to basics. I don't know if he's got a way in the main board to do it.
He has access to 3 Bosages, but he hasn't seen any so far.
Right, Boseiju. Oh yeah, 3 Boseiju in the main. Yep, so he could do it. But a second back to basics will make that a lot more difficult. And yeah,
Yeah,
nothing you
and
can do
that's it.
here. Thelo taking this. So Tobias losing that. Thelo kind of making it look a bit easy with just how many cards his deck drew, right? And we even saw the fact that Thunder Trap Trainer, a card that's an interesting include. I was surprised when it saw play in Modern, but having played with it makes sense. Seeing it here, I mean, he managed to get to enough mana to offspring it and just draw 2 cards, and seems to be doing really well with that. What
Yeah, to
would
be honest,
you?
it was more of a stumble from Tobias than from a control from Tilo. I mean, okay, he played the back to basics and he was able to put some pressure, but actually it was Tobias' side of the board that didn't function. He had some lands, but nothing to do with them, and then he didn't have access to that crop rotation, so he couldn't get it going. So it was a little strange from his side.
No, that's fair. Yeah, we did see him take a lot of game actions in terms of impactful things. Like he had Urza Saga and stuff, but he wasn't really able to get the Urza Saga going, thanks to things like back to basics. And we saw anyway that Thelo had the dress down in hand that would have answered any construct tokens had he made some, or made enough to really be threatening. Now, if you're Tobias here, how are you sideboarding? Looking at your sideboard, right? He has engineered explosives, a surgical, a veil of summer, 2 containment priests, 2 disruptor flute, a sylvan library, 2 choke, 2 dismember, and 3 force of vigor.
I mean, I really like the chokes because we saw that Tilo has a lot of islands, a lot of basic islands. I think we should at least some Force of Vigors should come in because we lost basically to back to basics, and I think the Veil Summer is also a good addition. You know,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, definitely. I mean, choke as a control player who's played against Boyle and things. Choke, yeah, it's not great to play against. Um, Thankfully, he is playing a lot more basics, so we can keep access to things like white mana through things like plains and red mana through forest, through mountain. Sorry, um, but yeah, choke is. I mean, when you need blue mana for things. Now, the interesting thing is he's not. There's no counterspell in the Jeskai Wizards deck, right? Which is the thing. Like in modern, they're not running counterspell either. It's all free interaction, right? So he's running Force Will as the only kind of and Spell Pierce like the only counterspells in the main. So it is interesting that he's not as reliant on, say, double blue as some of the control decks would have been in the past. So maybe that's
exactly.
how he gets around things like choke. But choke is definitely something I would agree that you bring in here. Force of vigor, yeah, you want something to deal with the back to basics. Is there any other enchantments? Dress down. It can also be reasonable against dress down. It doesn't save the construct tokens; they die to a state based effect the moment it resolves. Um, but it would allow you to kind of if someone goes end step dress down, so you don't make constructs in your turn either, you can maybe answer it that way. But there's not
Yes.
a love outside of back to basics. There is a lot. I mean, there's Ghost Vacuum in the side that if you're expecting kind of graveyard hate, it deals with as well. So certainly reasonable to bring it in.
I mean, I think I would certainly bring the surgicals because it can take the life from the loans and maybe some like specific lands. But I think the back to basics is the card that he really wants. We saw in the first game that as soon as he played, Tobias had to play a different game, and if he doesn't answer, it's pretty much game over. You know.
Yeah. So we see. I think Tobias is on a Molder 6 again. Leads off with Horizon Canopy that passes back to Philo, who plays a basic island and passes back. Then there's the Thespian stage into a
Like we predicted, Sylvan Library.
Sylvan Library that gets Force World, and then Philo untaps plays a Ponder here. Um, Tobias kind of impacted, I think, by this double two mulligans, 2 games in a row, and having your library countered on a mulligan is not great. Like you're probably relying a little bit on that to kind of get you back into the game card advantage wise. I mean, your life. I mean, we saw in that last game that Thelo can put pressure on you, but in the beats of like 1-1s or 1-2s, 2-1s, like your life total is not going to be pressured immediately. It's going to be a slow kind of grindy thing. So you're definitely going to get a chance to use that library.
No, yeah, he can use for the for life, but basically after he draws some cards to get back to the game, he can just use the selection, so put the library in the way that he wants it to draw what he wants. So even though he cannot draw a lot of cards, I think it was a good card for him to have to draw exactly the cards that he needed.
Yes, and Fido, not happy with what he sees from the preordain, decides to shuffle and gets rewarded, I think, by drawing a Flame of Anor. I don't know if that's kind of what he's looking for, but he plays a Flooded Strand and passes back. A nice old Nemesis. I can't remember what the original set was, Flooded Strand. But Tobias untaps, plays Wasteland, and just passes back to Philo, who, I mean, Wasteland's not great in this matchup. Like, Philo can fetch around it. I mean, there are a few jewels that Philo runs, but on the whole, I expect Wasteland to just be like a kind of almost a regular land here.
No, and the problem is that when you get your opponent by because he doesn't know you have Wasteland, but Tilo's deck is already well prepared for it, and now that he knows that Tobias has this card, he's gonna play accordingly.
Yeah.
So I bet he's gonna have 3 basic lands on the third turn, and Wasteland has no targets.
Yeah. Fetches the plains and the mountain from the Flooded Strand and the Prismatic Vista, and plays his one off Teferi, which, I mean, does stop into speed interaction from Tobias. I mean, Tobias can do things in response here, but he only has 1 colored mana currently. So, he can do things like crop rotation here, but after this Teferi resolves, there's not much Tobias can do. And Teferi's pretty good at bouncing 2020s.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, I think Tobias will pretty much always do the 2020 at the end of Tilu's turn, so Teferi won't have a chance to bounce it. But yeah, if it happens for it to be made in the main phase, then Teferi can get rid of it pretty cleanly, you know.
Yeah. So he floats a mana from Tobias floats a mana in response to Teferi, floats a mana from the wasteland, sacrifices it to the crop rotation. And we do see that he has a second crop rotation in hand. So, but what I think is more likely here is he's probably going to use the floating mana and the land he gets from this crop rotation to activate the Thespian stage, and maybe make it a copy of like a basic land here, or even just a copy of what land he gets. Right. So if he gets the Yavimaya.
Gets the Avma again, yeah.
So he's not gonna. I don't know if he's gonna make a copy of Yavimaya, but I have my expectation. I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, but I do think he's likely to use the Thespian stage here.
I mean, I think he cannot make a copy of Yavmai because it's a legendary land, you know. So that would be unwise. But
No, not Yavimaya, but like his opponent's got a few lands to copy. He can copy a Horizon copy, but he
yeah,
doesn't. He just lets the mana fall apart, or drain away from the pool, and just takes his turn. It's very ticked up, and Philo passed back to him. So, what's he got here?
well,
Now here's the if you're in Philo's seat, right? Oh, Tabernacle. Well, that does something, right? Philo did kind of win the last game through a bunch of random weenie beats, so that's not nothing. That Tabernacle does do stuff.
yeah. And the only drawback of Tabernacle is that it doesn't produce lands, it doesn't produce mana. But with the Mavimaya in hand in the play, you can. So yeah, that's actually pretty good for him.
Yeah, and we see here Philo plays the Prismatic Vista, ticks up to Fairy passes. At the end step, Tobias sacrifices Horizon Canopy to draw a card, and draws I think, a key land here. With the way this game is going, it's a kind of just a slow, grindy matchup, I think, from this point of view. And I'm not sure who it favours, but typically I would say it favours the person with Urza's Saga a little bit. So Tobias plays Urza's Saga, passes, and at the end step, Philo just plays a Flame of North to draw 2. Nothing for him to destroy, nothing for him to kill, and he doesn't have a wizard even if he could. So
Yeah, before they use the Saga enter into play, I think the game was going towards Stilus, because he's just playing lands and accumulating responses for anything that Tobias does. But now with the Saga, is a very difficult card to reply to it. So he's gonna have to make his tokens, and Stilus is gonna have to use cards to manage that. So yeah, I think now the game is open.
yes, and I think it's what I like here is the Teferi allowing the end step ponder. I think that's, end step, draw 2 with Flame of Anor, sack Prismatic Vista, get another basic island, untap, and get into ponder at the end step. Like, all of this is sweet. And we can see there, like, 3 lands. I think that's going to be a shuffle, and Thilo agrees. Like,
Yeah.
that's shuffling away. Now, the interesting thing here is Teferi can bounce the Ursa Saga.
Yes.
So he
And I
can
mean,
bounce the Ursa Saga if he wants to.
he already went up 3 times, so he can bounce it and then mouse it again if he wants it. So yeah, it's at least some time for Tilo to accrue advantage while not having to deal
Oh.
with
Now,
constructs.
so the draw from the ponder was a Tameo, but the draw from turn was, I think, probably one of the best cards in his deck for this kind of board state, and that is the 4th Erlingus. It's a one-off. It's a win condition. It races the game. Now the issue is that the Tabernacle makes it a little bit more expensive to keep the tokens around. But generally speaking, you can probably just make enough tokens in one turn to kill your opponent. So, bounces the Urza Saga. Thespian stage gets turned into a copy of Urza Saga in response. So, that's fine. Draws from the bounce of Teferi. Draws a Brainstorm. That hand... There's a couple of land at the back there, I think.
I
Now,
think
it's
so.
interesting.
I mean, it's a stacked hand,
Yeah.
but maybe not what he wanted right now. He has no, for example, no land interaction and no counter spell for any
Ooh,
any.
okay. That's pretty good. Plays the Tameo. Gets to immediately flip it from Brainstorm. Which means, no worrying about Tabernacle. Draws back to basics, Flame of Anor, back to basics. gets to put 2 cards back here. Now, he already has a Flame of Anor in hand, and if he has a land here that can tap for blue, which I think he's got one maybe at the back of his hand, like a fetch land or something. How many more islands? He's got 2 basic islands already in play. He has got 5 of them, so that's not a problem. Flips to Tameo. Tameo can now... Well, it has to grow up, because it can't go down on its first turn. Oh, it doesn't have the 3rd land. Okay, because I was hoping for maybe a back to basics there. To really, really get the tapped Urza Saga, because, oh boy.
If he was able to play in that turn, it would be really, really good. I mean, it will be good in the next turn, but now he opens a window for Tobias to do something, you know?
But Tobias tapping 3 here for choke, but there's the Force Will in hand. Force of Will, pitching, Flame of Anor. Yep, I think that's the right choice. You want to keep that back to basics, because your opponent's tapped both their Urza Sagas, so you're going to untap, and you're going to make those Urza... Your opponent wanted to choke you. You wanted to choke me. How about I choke you back?
Yeah, it's back and forth with land denial.
I do think that's interesting how both decks have like this game plan of choke, except one of them's, they're both one-sided as well. So yeah, it gets the Force Will back, has the Snapcaster that you can pitch to it. You definitely just play, you just play the back to basics here, right? Because that's back-breaking.
And he lets the white mana up just in case he has to use the plowshares that he still had in hand.
Yeah, and he takes up Teferi as well here. Like, this game, I mean, I don't know how Tobias gets out from here. It will require a series of draws, but without the ability to make constructs here straight away, it's going to be a hard... He has got things, as we saw, looping the Urza Sagas again later with a... goes for the map, gets Force of Willed. Makes sense. You don't want him to get Boseiju here, so...
Yeah. And I mean, Tobias will be able to search for 2 artifacts next turn, but I don't know if he has anything that can really help in this situation, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Pithing Needle can shut down the Tameo, but then he just gets bounced by the Teferi. So do you tap down to stop the Teferi's bounce, which Teferi's mostly being a ticked up thing? Because it's interesting, because like you could like Teferi... here it comes, the 4th Aelingus. I think that's wise. I mean, you can afford to pay at the moment now for each of the 2 tokens it's making.
Yeah. So it's two 2/2s with trample and haste.
And you become... and if one of them hits you, opponent, you become the Monarch.
Exactly.
So attacking for 4. Now, we do see that Tobias has had a Swords of Plowshares in hand this entire game, but no white mana currently. Yeah. Hits Tobias for 4, becomes the Monarch, draws a card end step, passes back. Tobias untaps the 1 land he can untap, ticks up both his Urza Sagas. But yeah, I just don't know what he gets here. Like, he's going to need Life from the Loam and to tick up the Urza Sagas to kind of get out from this. But yeah, I mean, Velo has a clock and he has the mana to pay for those 2 tokens, right? Like,
exactly. I mean, what targets does Tobias still have in his deck? He has a Pitching Needle, Lava Spur Boots, a Graphiverse Cage, the Expedition map he already used, and then 4 Mox Diamonds. So yeah, I don't see anything that can really help in this situation.
I think the only thing he's got is what? Lava Spur Boots that you could maybe... Okay, he's gone for the Pithing Needle. Oh, you can get both, right? So he gets the Lava Spur Boots, gets Pithing Needle, probably gets the Lava Spur Boots. Lava Spur Boots is probably the only way he can win it. Oh, but the Urza Saga, in response to the second trigger, strips us. Now, I don't know if this is a little bit... Oh, it's not mistimed as well, because the other one's just a Thespian stage. So because of the way he resolved it... yeah. Oh, and he has the Dark Depths in hand. Is that Mazavith?
I think so. I don't know if it's another Thespian stage or if it's Maze of It. So it's Plowshares, Crop Rotation, Dark Depths, and 1 Unknown.
Yes. I think that might... Looking at the art, I think that might just be a foil Mazavith. Which is good, and can kind of keep him, like, slow the bleeding, but having Urza Saga's gone... Like, this is going to be a very slow bleed, right? Because he He commit the Dark Depths. He can at his opponent's end step turn his. Oh no, because his Thespian stage is dying. Oh no. Yeah, I just don't know how he gets out of this, right? Because he's losing the Thespian stage. He hasn't got a crop rotate, hasn't got a life from the loan, so he can't get that Thespian stage back. He can crop rotate his something for a Thespian stage, but
Yeah, I think Tobias would need multiple turns to get out of the situation, but Tilu is not gonna give it to him. He's in a 3-turn clock with cards in hand to respond to anything that Tobias has.
yeah, and because of the Teferi in play here, he can't even do the interesting play of have either Thespian stage or Urza Saga go to 3, float the mana, and then with the trigger still on the stack, sack it to the crop rotation. So you can't get maximum value.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's definitely a Mazerith.
Yeah, yeah.
Pitches the Mazerith to the Mox Diamond that he gets from the Urza
Diamond.
Saga. Plays Dark Depths. In come all the ice counters. But he's got a. Okay, he can now Swords to Plowshares, so that's helpful. That stems it down to a 7-turn clock.
Okay.
It's interesting actually that he has to keep the Dark Depths because that's his win condition, right? He doesn't win elsewhere. Okay. Pays for the 1 token. Tobias End passes his turn back. Philo pays for the 1 token to the upkeep cost from the Tabernacle. Draws for turn. Tax for 2.
I see that Tilu has a Flame of Honor in hand, but he doesn't have a Wizard just now, so only one mode available.
Only one mode available, but he does have the Swords to Plowshares, so. And what's that other card in hand? Oh, is that Prismatic Ending?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, he has access to 2 in his list.
Yeah, so he's got the pending for the. He's got everything, right? He's got Piffing Need, but Bats is the Mox Diamond for pain.
Yeah, that's brutal because it bounces the Mox that was already use a land from hand. So if he wants that in play again, he needs to discard another land.
Yeah, which he doesn't currently have. So. Yeah, this. I mean, I don't want to be too much of a Jeskai Control fan here, but I have to put. If we had the advantage bar that Wizards had at one point, I'd have to put this strongly in Philo. So main step sacks the. So he plays the.
He plays a Catacombs, a Verdant Catacombs, and then already uses it for mana with the Yavimai ability, so it adds a green, and he sacrifices it to crop rotation in
And he gets the
search of a
Thespian
Thespian
stage.
Stage. Yeah. So now he has the combo in play, but we know that Tilo has a Plowshares in hand. Let's see how the game plays out.
Yeah. So I think he's Thespian staging, passing back. Philo cracks the Flooded Strand, gets a basic island.
Yeah, he had to do it in his turn because of the Teferi. So now he gives times to Tilo to plan accordingly.
Yeah. And Dilo draws 2 with the Flame of Anor. Draws. What's he draw there?
He drew a scouting turn and a dress down.
Dress down. Nice. Oh, and here it is from the Trap Trainer. So that's a pretty good draw. Not so great with the Tabernacle still in play, but ticks up to Fairy, ticks up Tamio probably. Oh no, he's ticking down Tamio. Oh, just making sure he can answer the Mox Diamond when that inevitably gets recast.
No, I think he actually that's an answer for the token as well because he has the fairy, so he pluses the fairy. He can use the sorcery in the other player's turn, and then the token has 0 mana cost. So
yeah, and actually that's a much better answer for the token than swords because you don't give your opponent 20 life.
Exactly.
So it shortens the clock. Yeah, that's a great decision. So the small things I'm missing with the fact that I haven't played Teferi. I mean, I played Teferi a lot, but just haven't played it a lot recently. Plays the Fundant Trap Trainer, keeps up blue, white. Fundant Trap Trainer.
We see a dress down, we see a back to basics, we see a force of negation, and Lorian's review, I guess. Yeah.
Takes the force. I do think he's got white bordered in his sleeves, right? Because there's no way he altered his entire deck to be white bordered.
No. It is because someone in the chat told us that if you see the Tamil that is flipped, it's not painted. So it must be the inner sleeves, that are all white.
The ponders. Right, so pass it back to his opponent. Opponent goes, plays a land, passes, and
He's
ponders in the end step.
Yeah, he sees
I
a force
think.
of will that he wants to keep.
Yeah, untaps, has the force of will, pays two.
Phase two
Is
for the
two.
tabernacle.
Oh, for the tabernacle. Yeah, played two for the tabernacle. Draws for turn. Draws another force of will. Ticks up. Tamio ticks up to fairy. And you just have to imagine this is game, right?
I mean,
Tax for
he has a
three.
lot of cards in hand, so he has a lot of responses. So I don't think Tobias can manage to do the combo like several times. I think he has only access to once, and for this only once time, uh, Tilo has a lot of answers for it. So yeah, I think the game will drag for like 2 or 3 more turns, but I think it's already decided.
I don't think it will drag. I think next turn is tick up Tamio, get your because he has to go for it like the end step here, make the 2020. Actually, maybe he's not going for it. I guess he wants to go for it at the last possible second, but do you know what? I hear over the hills, I hear Tamio calling forth Eolingus again.
Oh yeah, could be. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I mean, that's absolutely what I'd be doing here. Okay, Ghost Quarter for the basic planes, but he has another basic planes in his deck.
Yeah, he does.
And if you do it upkeep, he uses that mana to pay for the upkeep costs. So maybe he's going through the upkeep, doing it in the main draw step.
Uh, I don't know, but it's a pity that Tobias made this play because he didn't know that Tilo has access to the second planes, and I think that was his only chance. If Tilo doesn't have an answer for the 2020 at the end step.
Yeah. The thing is, fourth Aerlingus here, I think, just wins it, right? He's on
Yeah,
6. He can
it makes
fourth for
two more
3.
to choose. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he
Okay,
can
now
fourth for
three.
3
Yeah.
and hold up the instant speed pending. Does it give menace or is it trample? Trample and haste. Okay, yeah.
It's time
So
for your hands. Yeah.
so he can fourth here for 1, 2, 3 and hold up the prismatic ending, and that's game, right? I don't know. I don't know if Philo sees it because it's fourth is at the bottom of his deck graveyard, but yeah, he sees it.
Oh,
No,
yeah. He's aware of it. So he makes, let's see,
3.
3. Yeah,
And that's game. Jeskai
that's game.
Wizards taking it with the Lord of the Rings, getting aid from Rohan.
Yeah,
Rohan,
it was a good game, but unfortunately, you couldn't see the power that the land Dex has, because it didn't go off in any time. Now he had the combo, but he wasn't able to do it because the opponent had a lot of answers. So yeah,
yeah,
that
that
was it.
was That was unfortunate for the lands player, really. Game one wasn't really able to get anything. Didn't really draw much beyond lands. I mean, that's the consequence of playing a deck called lands. You generally just draw a lot of lands, but didn't draw any of the kind of the engine pieces. He did draw a Life and Loam at one point, but it was a bit too late in the game, ready to kind of get the engine going properly. He'd already lost his exploration by that point, so he couldn't do like multiple lands a turn. He'd had to use a Blastome to destroy his opponent's Tamios. And I think it was quite good that Philo played that second Tamio, forced his opponent to use the Blast Zone to get rid of the expiration, so that when you start going off, you can't play more than one land a turn. And then in that second game, he did eventually get to the combo, but we saw him go for. I can't remember what it was. He tapped 3 mana for. Oh, it was for the choke, right? He went for the choke. His Philo had the force well and untapped and went, "You want choke? I'll give you choke," and choked out his mana. Right, wasn't able to
Yeah,
make the constructs. Wasn't able to kind of use a lot of his resources to kind of keep going. And we saw at the end there that he just ran out of things, right? He had no way to keep doing the combo loop and kind of waited till the last possible second because of that. Because you have to wait for the last possible second when you don't have the ability to kind of go off again. Part of me wondered if he might go off once early, just in case he drew into the recursion. Because the problem is, if you draw into the recursion, but you've waited to the last possible second to go off, you don't get to use that recursion. It's gone.
Exactly.
You've
Exactly.
waited too long. So there are choices there that you maybe you could try and make the construct early, but he's got the pending, right? So that when you make it, the pending's getting used because he'd already, I think, seen the pending from the Thunder Trap Trainer, unless, or maybe the pending was from one of the ponders, right? So maybe he hadn't seen it, but you have to assume he's got answers after that many cards he's drawn.
I mean, I think the game was decided in that 3-turn spam where Tilo had four lands in play. He had to spend 1 mana to save the Tamil, and then use the Ponder to find the back to basics, but didn't have another land to play it in his turn. And at that time, Tobias was all untapped, so it would be let's say a clear back to basics, but giving the option for the opponent to use his lands. But then he passes. Tobias plays the choke that is countered, and then he stepped out. And then on the backswing, Tilo has the back to basics. So that dance was really interesting because anything could have happened in those 3 turn span.
Yeah, like if you have the Veil of Summer, which we expected he would have brought in, Veil of Summer there breaks it wide open. Like, yeah, nope, my thing's resolving. You're choked out. Like that's a big turn, right? And the one player having the counter spell, the other player not having protection, and then suddenly being choked on mana, not being able to make any constructs, right? Because like there wasn't a lot of pressure, right? If he was able to make a couple of constructs there, or even just one construct, it's possible that that's able to then kill a Teferi because you make a construct at the end step. But yeah, I mean, part of it was going for that choke. I think and you've got to go for it, right? You've got the choke. Your opponent's tapped out. Like you've got to go for the choke there. But unfortunately, he's playing against a deck that doesn't really play counterspell. It just plays Force of Negation and Force of Will. So
we cannot judge because at that stage of the game, that was his best course of action. If the choke indeed resolves, he has a very good chance of winning the game. But since it was counter, and then after that, the back to basics is played, then his chances dropped like.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've got to go for it, right? Because if the choke resolves, it's backbreaking for your opponent. The opponent, you've already got the Tabernacle in play. So if choke resolves and he's not able to get mana going, then most of his lands are islands. Like most of his basics are islands, right? So if the choke resolves, you're going to stymie him on mana. He's not going to be able to like keep a lot of his resources because if he plays something like a fourth Airlungus to actually start killing you, plays like the game one where he killed you through Thunder Trap Trainer and Snapcaster Beats. If he plays that game, he cannot afford to keep them all. And every time he taps an island to pay for an upkeep cost, that's suddenly gone. Soon you're losing creatures to it. And yeah, like you've got to go for it. And unfortunately, you get to a point in a game where you have to go for things. You're not drawing resources. Your opponent's starting to get a little bit further ahead each time. You've got to kind of go for things at that point. It's just, it's playing to win, not playing to lose. At some point, you can't play around everything.
And I think that the game progressed in a different way from the first one because in the first one, at some time, Tilo had 5 creatures. I know that most of them attack just for 1, but anyway, he has 5 creatures. But in the second game, he only has 1 creature, but then he plays the 4 Fiolingas, and to win the game, he plays it again. So instead of having a big board just from the start, he just play 1 card that is 2 creatures, and at the end, play 1 card that is 3 or 4 creatures.
Yeah. And that's why you play for Failingus. You're able to do that thing. You're able to go, I don't care about your Tabernacle. I'm going to hit you this turn. I don't need to keep them all. I only need to keep 1. Or I just need to keep the Monarch. I can get it back later to a Tameo. And that's why Tameo is so good, right? Tameo allowing you to regrow those instants of sorceries. Able to regrow a Force of Will to make sure you protect your current board state. Make sure your opponent can't kind of go off. Assemble loops. And then when you go for the kill, assemble the 4 Failingus and just, break it up. So that's round 3 in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there is going to be a break until round 4. They're going to have a lunch break at their event. So we have a little bit of an extended break now while they get lunch, so we can go and get lunch as well. Hopefully, everyone's enjoying it. Please come back again. We'll be back in about 30, 40 minutes. I think they've got a 45-minute lunch break. But the matches are kind of recorded, so we're able to kind of bring you matches a little bit because of obviously last week we had a bit of internet issues, so we're trying to avoid that. So we're a bit asynchronous. They've been on lunch break already, so we may come back a little bit earlier. They may have a round recorded ready for you by the time we get back in about half an hour or so, maybe. But we'll set a half-hour timer. Need to come back for that, and then we'll see where the situation is at that point. So
See you guys in a bit.
yeah, enjoy. Hey everyone, welcome to the Europe Unity League event today for Legacy. I'm Gary and I'm joined today by Vizos.
Hello, everyone. Nice to have you here.
And we are back from our lunch break, and we've had a great few rounds so far. We've had 3 rounds, we've had 6 different decks. I particularly enjoyed the last round myself as a control player. That was a great round to see. Jeskai control beating lands.
It was
Today's
good
going
to
well.
see.
How are you
It,
finding it?
it was good to see three different, completely different decks in Mono Red Stomp, Lands, and what was the other one? And Mono Brown.
Yeah, I
And
mean we've
then
seen six
and in the
decks,
o-
right?
and in the other side, three different flavors of blue. Force of Will and Days and Tamiyo decks. So it was 6 different decks, but some different strategies. So it was good to see this flavorful metagame.
Yes, yeah, and I agree what you mean with like a lot of these decks are blue decks, right? So it's kind of like you can have any color of car as long as it's blue. Is that the whole thing of Henry Ford, right? Uh, so yeah, it's going to be hopefully a fantastic rest of the round. We've got 2 more rounds ahead of us, and then we're going to be joined by a couple more people to take the final round of Swiss and then the top 8. Uh,
Okay.
why don't we talk about what it's been a while since the last round? Last time we talked about? Why don't we talk about what they're playing for today? So
Hey, let's
today,
do it.
yeah, so today's a qualifier event. It is an event where we got 38 people. The top 16 will have prizes. 9 to 16 will get 45 euros in store credit. And then above that, it's 100 euros store credit and a deck box minimum. All the way up to first place with $300, 300 euros, not dollars, plus an invite, a trophy, a flood strand, a deck box. And the top 4 all get this lovely flooded strand promo. So much better than the RCQ promos at the moment. I'm afraid, it's a little bit disappointing, the current promos, but I'm glad that Legacy not Legacy, the European Unity League have gone out of their way to choose these kind of promos. A card that sees a lot of play in the formats that they've been running events in, which is like Modern and Legacy, really. So, and we've seen this card quite a bit on the stream today already, and we'll see it again in the next round when we come to that. And then the rest of the top 8 also getting deck boxes. Top 4 get a fancier version, but still getting our these really nice deck boxes for top 8ing.
Yeah, I really like the Flooded Strands because I know it's a promo, okay, but it is a chase card and it's so unique that it's even more a card that people want. So you only have this type of Flooded Strand if you play in the European Unity League events. So I think that makes the circuit very unique. And also we have the trophies, the deck boxes, the store credit. So I think it's a well-rounded tournament and people are eager to play in it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get the magnetic the playmat as well for first place. But I mean, you say the Flooded Strand promos are fantastic, and they're altered, right? So while even if the art, like the altering is meant to be the same on each one, they will all be slightly unique, right? Because it'll be different there. So we said it's a qualifier. We said that the first place gets an invite. What are they getting invited to? Well, they're getting invited to the European Magic Cup in Bologna in the Q1 of next year. It's a tournament with 20,000 euros of prizes in the prize pool. But there are other ways to qualify. So we had 2 qualifiers last weekend. We had Sealed on Saturday, Modern on Sunday. We've got this Legacy one today. And yeah, I mean, there are other ways. The main way people will qualify for the vast majority of people will be through their nationals, which you qualify through going to events. So a lot of events throughout Europe are already qualify or partnered with the European Unity League. The regional championships are partnered with the European Unity League, or at least their events count towards the points. And what you'll see here is that your weekly F&M, your RCQs and stuff, these can all count, right? So if your store signs up to the European Unity League, its local events will be tracked, can be added, and you'll receive points at local level. So if you end an event with 9 points, that's 9 points towards the league. Once you start getting the qualifiers, so this is up the multipliers. So this is a qualifier of 5 times multiplier. So 9 points would become 9, 18, 27, 36, 45 points, right? So you
Yeah.
see how much more points these kind of bigger events are worth going to. And we've mentioned earlier today when we've been talking about this, it rewards consistency, right? It really rewards
Exactly.
consistency for events. And that's the kind of the big thing that a lot of events have lacked, right? Is like Pro Tour, we saw a few changes of that after COVID, and how kind of it went from an event you could grind and stay on the tour, gold, silver, platinum, all these different membership levels. It's kind of a little bit hard to stay on. And so it's nice to see Europe running these events. And there's one in UK as well that I'm quite glad to see these events that are rewarding consistency, because not only does it encourage you to go to more events because you can rack up more points, it encourages you to stay in the events, right? So an event like this qualifier, right? If there wasn't this league and these points seasonal, the moment you go like X and 2, you know you can't necessarily top 8. You probably go home, right? But when you know that it's a 5 times multiplier, going 4 and 2, even if it can't top 8 necessarily at those numbers, that's still a lot more points towards your leaderboard in your country.
And I mean, you looking at that chart, it might seem complex. Oh, I have to play a lot of tournaments to maybe qualify for a tournament that gives me an invitation to another tournament. But the only thing you need to do is get off the house and start playing, you know? Every point matters. So if you play at your local game store, if you play at DRC, if you play in this destination qualifiers, or even a bigger event like the Spotlight Series, whatever, every point gets you to there, you know? So it's good to have this consistent circuit where every time you play, adding points, and these points get you to that super tournament at the end.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You play throughout the season, you get all these great events, and then you've got this big event at the end of the year with a big prize pool. It's really good to see Unity put this on, really. So we do have a round 4 ahead of us. It is Maximilian Joseph Penskofer. Again, apologies if I mispronounced it. He is on a deck that he has called Da Vinci Special. It is Blue-Black Reanimator, fundamentally looking at the list. And he is against the Jeskai control player we just saw in the last round, Thilo Scram. So we are going to go to that game in a second. Let's bring it up now.
Okay, very excited for this matchup because now we have 2 different flavors of blue fighting against each other. So we're gonna see which core stands out the most, if it's the combo one or if the more controlish one. So let's see what happens.
Yes, and this is the first round today that we're seeing decks we've already seen earlier in the tournament. So we see Maximilian on the left leading off with a Bloodstained Mire into a land and Thoughtseize. Let's see what land he gets. It will resolve. One thing we mentioned in the last round is there's not a lot of counter spells in Philo's deck, but then counter spell doesn't really matter on turn 1. So Thoughtseize, it fetches basic swamp, plays Thoughtseize, and sees a hand of double Brainstorm, Tamio, the Flame of Anor, and the what's that called again? The Fourth Erlingus. Yeah, always forgetting random card names. Sorry. What would you take if you were in Max's position?
I mean, usually the blue-black reanimator doesn't have, for example, fatal pushes in the main deck. So I think the card that he should take is Tamio. But for example, if he had something like that, maybe he could go, for example, to Flame of Anor. But I think the safe discard here is Tamio.
Yeah, and Max agrees with you there, right? Max took the Tamio, passes it to Philo, who just plays the island and passes back to Max, draws a card for turn. So there was no thought then of taking the Fourth Earlingus, the win condition there, is it? I mean, you can't cast it anytime soon, but I also guess that Tamio could theoretically at some point bring it back anyway.
Yeah, but it's not a card for right now. Maybe he can be concerned about that in like 3 or 4 turns. But for now, I think he wants to get his plane ahead and maybe even ignore 40 Olingas, you know?
Yeah. And what I like here is if you look at Philo's hand, he has a card there that wasn't in the Thoughtseize, and so it's upside down in his hand, right? He knows his opponent doesn't know he has it.
Exactly. So now he was able to have an Intome, and I already know from looking at his hand that he had a Reanimate. So I think he's going to be able to get that Atraxa into play in this turn.
Yeah, so Entomb, Atraxa, Reanimate. In response, here's a Brainstorm. Now, that makes sense, right? You want to try and get the Force of Will, if you're able to get it. He doesn't hit a Force of Will. He does hit another Tamio, another Swords to Plowshares, and a Prismatic Ending. So it will be Brainstorm locked here as well, because he hasn't got a way to actually get out of this Brainstorm, like shuffle the top cards of the library. But he puts 2 cards back, and this Atraxa will resolve. Now, It will depend, really. So he goes to 10. He's already fetched, thought seized, and played the Underground Sea from hand, looking at it.
Yeah.
So Traxxas is Force of Will, Wasteland,
And I mean, the
Cameo.
first card he reveals is Force of Will, is what exactly what he wanted, because Tilo is going to have access to only one white mana next turn, and so he only casts one Sword to Plowshares, so he'll be able to defend the Atraxa, so keep it in play. So yeah, I think that was a very good 10 first cards of the deck.
And I think that Ponder was key as well, because I don't know, I can't see much in his hand. I didn't know if he had another blue card. So that Ponder at least means he can guarantee Force of Will blue card.
Yeah, he also had access to Tamio, but maybe taking the Orcus Bowmaster is a better decision.
Yeah. Oh, yes, he has got the Tamio there as well. But Tamio's not really in this matchup. I think it's going to go long. You don't really want to pitch a Tamio. So taking the Ponder, I mean, obviously you can't pitch a Tamio if you don't take it, if you take the Orcish Bowmasters, but taking the Ponder does allow you to take the Bowmasters, but he's thinking of taking the Thoughtseize. Okay, breaking up the thing. So takes the Bowmasters. So he must already have a blue card in hand, as we see there. Looks like a
Yeah,
Brainstorm in hand.
yeah, exactly. I think it's a Brainstorm, a Wasteland, and some third card. I don't know.
Yes, I don't see the third card. I don't know if it's a double Wasteland hand.
Yeah, not
Almost
quite
looks
sure.
like double Wasteland. But yeah, he takes Bowmasters, takes Thoughtseize, Force of Will, and looks like he's going to be taking this Polluted Delta. And then because that allows him to protect the Traxxas.
Yeah,
We know that that Philo has, I think, access here to almost triple swords. I think, right? Because
I think it was two swords and one prismatic ending. So,
yes,
but he only will have one white mana next turn. So if Maximilian has the Force of Will and then the Thoughtseize, I think he'll be able to get past this.
yeah. So the swords likely to get Force Willed here, but then Philo does get to respond with his Tamio.
Yes.
So he gets to play a Tamio. Now, the thing is, Atraxa does hit a bunch of life, does take a lot of points off you, but look at the cards he's drawn, there's no, other than the Thoughtseize, and the Force Will and the Tamio are both gone already, so there isn't, you know the Thoughtseize is coming, but
No.
you've kind of already stripped a lot of cards, right?
Yeah, he really needs this Atraxa to stay in the play, because the other card that he had in hand is an Archon that he has no way to put into play right now.
So he does play, so Philo plays another Brainstorm here. Again, I don't know if he's found... Is that a land? No, he hasn't found another land. Okay. So he didn't play the Tamio. He had the option to play it. Okay. Max
That
is...
was a good draw.
drawing a second Thought Will there. Pretty big draw for him, because we know he's got the Brainstorm, so we know he has the other pitchable blue card. So...
Yeah, and since he had like two, let's say, dead cards in hand in Wasteland and Archon, Brainstorm is almost a draw tree.
Now, we see Clever here, right? Philo has hidden that other swords, right? Because he knew the Thoughtseize was likely coming, so he's hidden the other swords, the Plowshares, off the top of the deck. So it's possible that this Thoughtseize takes something like Flame of Anor, or takes a takes that was it the Riders Rohan card? But yeah, it takes the Flame of Anor.
Yeah.
Take the thing. So the thing is, we know he's Brainstorm locked here. We know he's not drawing anything else, but he's drawing a Swords of Plowshares. Now the question is, that's not Four Feelingers. That is Prismatic Vista. So he could have played the Prismatic Vista last turn, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could. But I mean, he would search for the second basics, for the second planes, But yeah, that was an option. And I mean, now he obligates Maximilian to play the Force of Will, pitching the Brainstorm, and now he has pretty much nothing except the Atraxa in play. So let's see if it sticks and it goes all the way.
I mean, he's got a 2-turn clock on Philo, right? And Philo's got no clock on him at all. So yeah, I don't know why I thought that was a Four Feelingus. Prismatic Vista, much better card for the current board state, but I don't know why he didn't play it last turn. Unless we're forgetting that maybe that was just the basic island turn, but I don't think it was.
Okay. He likes the Ponder on the top, so already plays it. And he sees a hand with I think Tamio, Land, and something.
Well, we know he's got Wasteland and the Archon in hand, so he can't cast either of
Exactly.
them. Like that, they're not great cards right now. Uh, that's
Oh no, it's actually Land, Brazen Borrower, and third card.
I think
And
that okay. He's keeping it, so he keeps the Tameo. So it is Tameo
oh,
Brazen Borrow land.
okay, it was a Tamio. Okay, nice.
So plays the Wasteland, attacks for 7, puts Philo to 6. So Philo has to have an answer this turn. Actually, does he? No, because he's got Tameo. Tameo can block.
Yeah, but now Maximilian kept the Brazen Borrower, so in the next combat step, he can just bounce the Tamio and attack for little.
And the thing is, he didn't crack the Vista here, right? So the reason he wouldn't have played the Vista last turn maybe is he didn't want to crack it, or maybe he wanted a card in hand that couldn't be thought seized. So he's drawn from the Vista,
Yeah,
drawn for turn. He could have cracked it. He knows what it is.
but
Uh,
now he drew the fourth Violingas. That is a blank card right now, right?
is it? I don't know if he put it on top, or I don't know which order he put things in.
No,
So
yeah, I think it was Plowshares and fourth Violingas, second to the top.
he's attacking with Tameo. Thing is, this could be. I mean, attacking with Tameo. You probably try and follow up with another Tameo here. It's a 2-mana spell. What is it? Oh, he's
No, I
cracking
think
the
he
clue.
is drawing from the clue. Yeah.
Force of Will, not going to be enough. Yeah, so he did have the 4
Yeah.
Lingus he drew. So, yeah, game over. So, we saw Philo there lose pretty convincingly to a turn 2 reanimate, Entomb Reanimate on a track, sir. Looking at the deck list, what would you bring in if you were Philo?
Let's see. Let's take a look at the deck list. Philo has 2 blue elemental blasts, 2 consign to memory, 2 ghost vacuum, 3 red elemental blasts, 2 surgical, 1 back to basics, 2 clarion conquer, and 1 force of negation. I think the force of negation is for sure coming in. You know.
Mhm.
After that, I think the ghost vacuums and the surgicals are important. I don't know if the 4 of them, and maybe the consign to memory is okay to counter an Atraxa trigger or an Archon trigger, but I will be on the fence there. And since Maximilian also has the blue package, I think Red Elemental Blast is good to prevent the Force of Wills.
Mm. And we see here Philo dragging Prismatic Ending and Back to Basics from the main deck up to the top to kind of side out. I agree that in this matchup, Back to Basics isn't probably the best. Max is able to kind of fetch these basics early. He doesn't need to have the dual lands, and he doesn't need a lot of mana to operate on, right?
I
So
mean, I don't think it's completely bad per se, but I think it's super slow, and then the game might be ended by the time you can play back to basics. So it's not a card you want to see in your opening hand, and it might be a card you don't want to see in the middle of the game as well. So I don't think it's worth it.
no. So he's definitely taking those out. I was trying to see what else he's potentially moving here. He did bring the 4th Aerlingus to the top of his deck, so maybe deciding this isn't a game for 4th Aerlingus. I would be surprised if that ultimately gets cut. Maybe I don't know the deck well enough. Obviously, Thelo is a much better. He's 3-0 at the moment. But I would be surprised. 4th Aerlingus just seems to be kind of an answer to kind of a board state where it's like, I want to win. So I don't know whether it's a case of, well, he expects things like Ghost Vacuum to be much better at winning the game, maybe being crewed by a Snapcaster Mage or a couple of Thunder Trap trainers. So maybe that's kind of his solution is, well, I don't want this one of answer, one of WinCon.
Okay.
It's also a bit slow. So
Yeah.
if you're on Max's side, what do you bring in on his end?
Let's see. He has access to 2 consign to memory, 4 fatal push, 1 surgical extraction, 1 null rod, 1 shelter's edict, 3 barrel goif, 1 force of negation, and 2 hybrid of the seas. I mean, I think fatal push are okay in this matchup because the Tamils are really good. If once you flip the Tamil, it becomes a real threat. So I think you might want to have access to at least, like, let's say, 2 fatal pushes. Besides that, I think it's a game they're gonna play a lot on the stack. So maybe you want Force of Negation, and if you want additional threats because you want to side out a part of your combo, like we saw in the first game of the day today, in the first match of the day, maybe you want the Barrow Goyfs as well.
Yeah. It's tricky, right? Barrowglyph is an interesting one to come in because if you expect your opponent's graveyard to have graveyard hate, then Baraggoyf can get quite small, and your opponent already has removal that he wants to keep in the form of Flame of Anor. It's just a good card draw spell, so he's not likely to cut that. So bringing Baraggoyf brings in a creature that can kill that you currently don't really have a creature you can kill with Flame of Anor. So there is a question of whether you bring that in, because obviously you can kill Tameo, but the opportunity to kill Tameo with Flame of Anor isn't big because of cards like Brainstorm that can immediately flip it. So I agree that you probably bring in the Fatal Push. Consign has an interesting thing. Shielded Egypt, I don't know if that's worth bringing in because of like you don't know if the Jeskai play. I mean, I don't know if they know each other, if they've played against each other quite a bit, or if he knows Filo's exact deck list. There is always a concern that your opponent has a lot of Planeswalkers, and obviously a flip Tameo, Shielded Egypt can get rid of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tilus also has, for example, Thunder Tap Trainer, which is a really bad card for you to make it to use an edict on. So, for example, if he has a Tamil and a Thunder Trap, you have to wait for the Tamil to flip to then make him sacrifice. So I don't know if the best card, but maybe it's one of the only options he has to deal with a Resolve Planeswalker.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot in the main board to do it. So sideboarding has been completed. They're going to have a look at their opening hands. Philo is on the play, so he isn't mulliganing, so it looks like he's keeping.
Yeah.
And he leads off with Prismatic Ending into fetching probably a basic island for this Tameo.
Yeah, Tamil first turn. And I think for Maximilian, we have a first turn Thoughtseize.
Ooh, but he did just draw a Tameo. So the question is, do you Thoughtseize or do you dueling Tameos? But no, he goes for the Thoughtseize. He likes that play. No, he did have the Force of Will, so he could have potentially Force of Willed the first turn Tameo, but I imagine it's maybe not worth doing.
Yeah, because if you have a Force Will on the other side, both of you get to very low resources, but the opponent has a Tameo that gives you a clue every turn. So maybe it was wise not to force it.
So we see here, Philo kept a one-land hand. He has double Flame of Anor, Force of Will, and Surgical Extraction. And he had the Ponder, but Max took it. And wow, Philo, right off the top, a Plains. Like the best draw you could have with the Clue engine online.
Yeah, instantly draws the plane, so he has access to the second mana to draw off the clue. So yeah.
And now his hand is like unlocked, right, to some degree, because while his Flame of Anors can't be cast, they can be pitched to that Force of Will, and Surgical doesn't need any mana to cast, so he seems to be in a decent spot, right? Here comes Tameo, so that's not bad. I kind of like Philo at the current board state, right? They've got dueling Tameos, but Philo's got his on board first. He has the ability to surgical anything that Max puts in the bin if he goes for like a Entomb. And he has then the Force of Will to protect his surgical from an opposing Force of Will.
And I think Maximilian is pondering using the Brainstorm right now in his main phase to flip his Tamil. But yeah, he passes, so Tilo, at the end of his turn, draws a card.
Oh, and he draws a second island. Oh, 3 mana. Let's go.
Okay.
I mean, he still can't cast
doesn't have, yeah, exactly. Still doesn't have access to the Flame of Anor.
Flashes the Swords of Plowshares by accident that he drew for turn, or he drew off the clue. Attacks with his Tameo. Tameo blocks Tameo, and yeah. Max obviously did consider, I think you say Brainstorm, but that would require him to sack his fetch land in response, or fetch land to do it. So that could lead him. I don't know what else he's got in hand at the moment. I don't know if he's got another fetch land, but that could have led to him being Brainstorm locked. Although maybe he has another fetch here.
Okay, but now that's a very good play because he plays the Brainstorm in response to the Plowshares. So if the Brainstorm resolves, the Plowshare loses target. Or now he can fight the Force of Will because he knows Tilu's hand.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm surprised with the fetch land in play. He went for the swords, right? Because I know he flashed it, but if Max wants to fetch at the end step, if he wants to like fetch, maybe get a Surveil land or something. I don't know if he's got. Let's have a look if he's got a Surveil land in his deck list. Yes, he does. So if Max wanted to go for like end of turn Surveil land because he doesn't want to Brainstorm whatever, he could have sword in response. But no, sword resolves. He lets the sword resolves, and he fetches, and he does go for the Surveil land anyway.
He
So
chooses not to fight over it, which is wise. He has another Tamio in hand, so.
yeah, if you got the other Tamio, that's great. And the
Ooh,
Surveil land being an entomb for this attracts already.
nice tutor.
I do like the fact that Philo is playing open-handed this game. He's not making Max reveal his cards that he's already seen. Like making Max write it all down.
I
Max,
think this. I think playing with the Ren kept while we already reveal some cards are things that people used to do in the past, like to gain some advantage. But now the game, I think, is even more friendly. Let's say so people like to be gentle.
yeah. So Max, in his turn, untapped after the Surveil the thing in the Bing, goes to brainstorm to Tamio. Then Philo is force willing the brainstorm to try to stop him flipping the Tamio, but Max then casts Force of Will to protect his Tamio. Resolving brainstorm now has drawn a fetch land, so he gets to put 2 cards on top, play the fetch, and shuffle them away.
Yeah,
He
puts the two wastelands that have no targets in this moment of time in the board because Tilos only have basic lands.
the key thing here though is this Tamio cannot tick down, so he can't get anything to hand right now. And there is a possibility here that something gets surgical, but I don't think it will. Just crack the clue. Get a Snapcaster Mage, which is a good hit. Bit late. Can't get rid of that Tamio now. And you are going to have to try and pressure that Tamio. But looking at Max's hand, it's Brainstorm Fetch Land, right? So he hasn't really got a lot going on beyond that Brainstorm.
Yeah, and for example, it's known information that Tilo has a surgical extraction, and it's known information that Maximilian has an Atraxa in the board and in the graveyard. So maybe he will force the interaction with the minus of Tamio, or maybe Tilo will save it for when Maximilian tries to reanimate the Atraxa.
So Max, so Philo drew a Volcanic Island for turn, attacked for with Tamio, and that to get a clue, and then has cast his remaining Flame of Anor that he didn't pitch to the Force of Will last turn to transform the Tamio and ticked up. And it's passed now. The interesting thing is okay, Max is fetching end step because he had put 2 wastelands back on top of his deck. And so there was a potential that maybe he doesn't want to fetch so he can draw a wasteland to cut Philo off red. But obviously he has decided to fetch a basic island here instead.
Yeah.
To kind of shuffle that away, right? Because deciding he'd rather draw action than temporarily take Philo off red.
And in one of the previous matchups, we were talking about the surveillance, and it's good to know that Maximilian only has access to one surveil, which is the one that we already see in play. And the Jeskai player, Tilo, doesn't have access to any.
No.
So he's more focused on the basic lands.
So Maxi draws for turn, drew... I can't remember what he drew for turn, but he's cast a Brainstorm main phase, choosing to potentially put back a Force of Will. Interesting. Does he not have another blue card? I thought he drew another Brainstorm off this, but he's drawn
I
a
think the
Thoughtseize.
first card that was... Yeah, exactly, it's a Thoughtseize.
So he's got Thoughtseize, so he's going to put back Force of Will. We know he's got another fetch in hand, so he could play the fetch out now. So puts 2 cards back, one of which is Force of Will, plays the Thoughtseize. Max is responding to the Thoughtseize with Surgical.
I imagine going to the Atraxa, yeah.
So firstly, he gets his opponent's hand. So his opponent's hand is double Thoughtseize fetch. That's quite a good Surgical, right? Because okay, he hasn't got any Atraxas left in the deck. He's only got the one, but you do get to now see how he's sideboarded. So you get to see kind of what he's brought in. So he's brought in the Barragoyf.
Exactly.
Brought in at least one.
But we also see the Entomb reanimate, so he kept at least some of the combo.
There's a Brazen Borrower. Force Negation, so he brought the Force in.
I think it's Stupor. Yeah.
So... Did he only bring in one Barragoyf?
Interesting. I think I saw the second one at the end of the deck, so I think he brought 2.
Okay, so he didn't bring in all 3. So he brought in 2.
Exactly.
Didn't shuffle there, right?
Oh yeah, they just cut it, right? Yeah, strange.
That's weird.
And now he gets to resolve the Totsis.
And we know so Thoughtseize sees Snap Snap Flame, and we know that there's a potential for a second Thoughtseize straight after.
And even a third one when Tamio gets the Totsis back if he wants,
Well, you can't. Yeah, you mean you could fetch and get cast the third one, so you can strip the entire Jeskai Wizard's hand, but then that puts his Tamio down to 1.
Exactly. And then you're playing against a Tamio on 4 and a Clue. So yeah, you're certainly behind.
He needs to tap the other black source here, mate. He cast double Thoughtseize, took both Snapcasters, so that Underground Sea should also be tapped.
Yeah. I mean, he has no cards in hand, so it won't be
No, he
changing the
doesn't.
game much. But yeah,
So it goes
that
to
was the correct thing.
Philo's turn. Philo minuses his Tamio onto a Ponder. And we don't know what he drew for turn, because the Tamio, obviously, the things. He keeps on top, draws a red Elemental Blast. So we
So I
know
think
he's
it's a
got those
mountain
in.
and a red elemental blast. Oops.
Yeah, Mountain, red Elemental Blast.
Yeah.
Red Elemental Blast, a fantastic draw there to get rid of the Tamio. He still has the Flame of Venor, if he wants to cast it to draw 2 here, but he doesn't. He's just going to crack the clue. Swords to Plowshares? Oh, Philo's running hot. Philo's drawing like a boss. And
Yeah.
now
So
Max
now
has nothing.
Maximilian is laying on the top of his deck. He needs some help.
It's... Yeah, he cracked the fetch end step. Fetched, I think, a basic swamp.
Exactly. I think he's still like with the fear of back to basics, even though I think Tilo side them out.
We don't see what Max drew, but he's just passed the turn back after confirming what cards he knew from Philo's hand. Philo just ticks up Tamio and passes after drawing for turn. I think he's drawn a Force of Will, so I think he's got the hard cast Force of Will mana.
Exactly. Okay, and then now Maximilian went to draw his card, but he saw the second card of the deck. So Tilo is just shuffling a little, so the deck is randomized again.
Shielded Cedric did come in to hit the Tamio, but Force of Will to protect it. Daze to Force of Will, so Tamio... So the board is empty, Tamios are all down, but Philo has
Yes,
Swords and Flame in hand. So
exactly.
Philo still feels like he's got advantage here.
No, I think Tilo is well advantaged because his mid range game is better, and half of the combo of Maximilian is already exiled in the form of Atraxa.
Yeah.
So I think the top decks of Tilo are way better right now. So we see
So
that when he uses the Flame of Anor and instantly draws another Tamio.
So Max, in his turn, when he cast the days, he could have hard cast the days, but he actually chose instead to pay the alternative cost to return the Surveil land to hand. He's got nothing going on. He decided he'd much rather get Surveil. But Philo, or his draw, he went end step. He went main phase, draw 2 from Flame of Venor, drew a Tamio, played it, passed back to Max. Max drew a Tamio for turn and has now played that, but also then played the Surveil land and kept on top. So I have to assume that's a good card. But the Swords Plowshares hits Max's Tamio. So I think all 4, at least 3 Tamios are now exiled from Max's
Yeah.
thing. Philo's Tamio
So
attacks.
another
He
clue.
has... Oh, okay. So he has Flooded Strand and Preordain in hand. Cracks the clue. Draws a second Preordain.
It yeah, it's the Ponder, but
Oh,
almost
Ponder,
the same.
sorry, not Preordain. Yeah.
And now with the Ponder, he's able to draw his third card of the turn, so he'll be able to flip Tamio.
Yes. And I didn't see what that blue... It was a blue card he drew from the Ponder.
It's a dress down.
Dress down. Okay. So he's kept Dress Down in this matchup, which is reasonable. He does have 2 Dress Down main. It's quite good against both parts of the Reanimator combo.
Exactly. Yeah.
Goes for his turn, goes for another Ponder, gets Orcish Bowmaster, but the Dress Down coming in clutch to stop the Bowmaster doing anything. Draws from Dress Down. Bowmaster resolves. Ponder. Sees 3
Okay, I
cards.
see at least a Thunder Trap Trainer.
Yeah, I see a Thunder Trap Trainer. I Flame of Anor, which would be the
I
fourth flame, I think.
I quite can't see it, but I think I would keep it just because of the trainer. So you already have a blocker for the Orcish Bowmaster, you know.
And more
And
importantly, Thunder Trap Trainer also a wizard and doesn't draw you a card. It just puts a card in your hand.
exactly.
But you don't need to block her because you just tick up Tamio. Tamio. Oh, no, he's ticking down Tamio, returning swords, swordsing the Orcish Bowmaster. Thunder Trap Trainer. Okay. So he's got Prismatic Vista, sorry. He's got a Flooded Strand and a Thunder Trap Trainer. So he plays the Prismatic Vista. And he's got the Red Elemental Blast. He's got quite a good hand. Philo
Yeah,
there.
yeah. No, I think now Tilo has everything under control. You know, it would be difficult to Maximilian to put a board that Tilo cannot answer it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Philo has Thunder Trap Trainer, Red Elemental Blasters like spells, has the Flood Strand, but also has the Prismatic Vista. So he's got like all the mana he needs. So
So he drew the reanimate, and I think the only target is Tamio, so he went for it.
Red Elemental Blast on the Tamio in the end step. Untaps. Yeah. Oh, Flame of Anor. Yeah, it was a Flame of Anor. Oh, that's so
So
good with Thunder Trap
now he
Trainer.
has the 6 mana to use the offspring on the Thunder Trap Trainer.
Yep,
So I
plays the
think
Flood
he's
Strand.
gonna be well ahead.
Yeah, plays the Flood Strand, cracks it, gets a Plains. Not cracking the Prismatic Vista currently. I am assuming because he just wants to keep a fetch land around for later. One that could fetch any basic. Although, does he have only one mountain, right?
He will
Yeah.
because then he'll be able to leave both the Volcanic Island and the plains in play
Yeah,
for
so
the
he does
things
crack.
he draws from the Thunder Trap Trainer.
Yeah, so he does crack the Prismatic Vista, gets another basic island. Thunderstrap Trainer with Offspring, with a mountain, with Volcanic Island and Plains on tap. That's very good. First trigger, Thundertrap
Okay,
Trainer.
I see Lorian's review, a brainstorm, a land,
Lorien
and
Revealed's great at this stage of the game. Just draw three, get me cards.
now it's a brainstorm, a prismatic ending, goes back and yeah.
Ooh, Ghost Vacuum. Yeah, that has to be game over now.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to answer all of this now, you know. Even though the Thunder Trap Trainers will attack only for 2, I mean, that's a 5 turn clock, but that doesn't matter, you know.
So Max, Philo passes back to Max. Max casts Ponder. It's hard. Like looking at the cards he keeps, takes another Ponder, I think. But I'm surprised he's keeping on playing this out. There's 20 minutes left on the clock. I mean, that's probably plenty of time. His deck's quite fast. But at some point, you kind of have to realize the door is being shut very
Yeah,
quickly
yeah.
in your face.
His chains are very slim to get back to this game, you know. So yeah, I think I mean I cannot judge him for not conceding, but I think conceding is a good move if you only have limited time, you know.
Yeah, so we've got a bit more time on the round than, probably not in concession territory yet. But I just don't know how you win this round from here. How you win this game here from here, really, as a reanimator player. You don't have enough mana to actually cast big threats like Barragoyf.
Okay,
Oh, you
so
got the mana. So Bowmaster's in response. Okay, that's a good keep. Bowmaster's in response to the Lorien Revealed. Fetch the Prismatic Vista. Okay. Whether
no,
they discuss that.
he had the Bowmasters in response to the Lawrence review, but Tilo said that he had the Flame of Anor to kill it inside. So yeah, that was it.
Yeah. Like Bowmaster's in response to Flame of the Lorien Revealed there is pretty good. It's a good way to kind of. But even if you're just D3, right? Philo's on 13. He's got chump blockers for days. And yeah, it's not. You're probably not winning the game. And also, yeah, I think he just said, I'll Flame of Anor the Bowmasters in response. So you only get a 1-1 out of it. So. Going to game 3. So is there anything
Yeah,
you would. So we saw from the surgical extraction that.
no, we saw the surgical and the ghost vacuum. So yeah, the Tilo is well prepared against the graveyard. You know, so what I haven't seen is the back to bases, so I think he might have sided them out.
We did see him bring them to the top of the deck two side out in that thing, so I agree that it's quite likely those were sided out. Um, just trying to see if there was anything.
And from from Maximilian's side, we saw the Barogoyfs, we saw the Force of Negation, we saw the Children's Edict. So yeah, it's pretty much what we predicted, that it's gonna be a more mid-range battle than the combo against the answers.
Yeah, the question is, would you change any of Max's sideboarding? Is anything you would bring in extra? Like, would you bring in more the third Baragoyf? Would you bring in? We didn't see surgical extraction, so would you potentially bring in surgical extraction to stop Philo's Tamio Snapcaster value?
To be honest, I think both the first game that Maximilian won and now the second game that Tilo won, both games, the most threatening card from Tilo's side was Tamio.
Mm.
So I haven't seen any fatal pushes, but if he hasn't put it in his deck, it's something that I would put, because I think Tamio, it seems like nothing. Oh, okay, it's just one clue per turn, but once you flip it and you have the best card in your graveyard back again, so it's too much. So I think that's a creature that you need to kill on sight.
Yes, I agree. Like, you need to kill Tamio. The Tamio just generates so much value there. It's such a solid card. So I fully agree on that, really. But yeah, we will go to game three. Max is definitely changing his sideboard. Philo has shuffled up and presented quite quickly, so I don't know if he changed much. But I can't imagine he feels the need to. I know there's a lot of people that will change a few cards on the play and draw. I don't really see anything in Philo's deck list that I would change based on play or draw. I don't know what you would say there.
No, because the only thing that is really, like, say, intense that can happen in the first turns is that if Maximilian brings one of the big creatures from the graveyard. Otherwise, we know that the game is going to take long. So I don't think there are many play or draw considerations.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, Max definitely taking some time to sideboard, so there's definitely a lot of changes going on.
Yeah, now that he knows more about Tilo's deck, I think he's just adjusting.
Yeah, so not more to, but we can see there that Max looks like he's been to the Pro Tour a couple of times. He's definitely got a Pro Tour token up there.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if it's the token or if the sleeve, but yeah. Maybe he was a Pro Tour competitor, yeah.
yeah, the one thing we mentioned a bit last week, or mentioned briefly last week, the playmats from the store. Those were a lot more colourful than these ones. But these ones are quite cool with the little dinosaur. Very Barney-esque.
Yeah, it looks like a Barney, yeah. But I mean, I like it because, I mean, I really appreciate these accessories that have nothing to do with magic. Like they're just like, for example, a funny picture or some sayings. I think it demonstrates like the character of the person, like their, I don't know, their likes outside of magic. So I really like this kind of stuff. For example, I myself have a playmat of Super Mario Bros. I know it's funny, but
Yes. So both players keep their finishing Muggin, keep their 7, and Max starts off with a basic island into a Tamio, and let's see how Philo responds. Philo Flooded Strand fetches his own Tamio.
okay, Temio against Temio. And we see that Maximilian already has a brainstorm in hand, so he might just attack and then play the brainstorm.
The question would be if Philo has a response like his a force will to stop the brainstorm, to stop the transformation.
I don't see it just yet, so yeah, I think it resolves.
Yeah, brainstorm resolves, sees double days fetch.
Double Days Polluted Delta, I think. So I think he's gonna put the Wasteland and maybe the Underground Sea back. What he really wanted to see in this brainstorm was Totsis, because he already have Entomb plus reanimating hands, so he needs to see if the coast is clear.
Yes. So, attacks Tamio, brainstorm resolves, flips to Tamio, plays a underground sea, ticks up Tamio, I assume, and passes back. Philo responds, draws a card by drawing a card, attacking with Tamio, making a clue. Looks like he's tempted to play the Flood Strand, but instead just plays a brainstorm of his own.
No, yeah, he has another way to shuffle, which is the Entomb, you know? So he's gonna play Entomb at the end of Tilo's turn to
Oh,
play the
I meant
reanimate on
Philo
his turn.
was thinking of playing a Flood Strand, but opts to
Ah,
brainstorm
okay.
instead. So opts to brainstorm instead. I think because he doesn't want to reveal the fetch land, maybe he wants to put some stuff away. But there appears to be a judge call here. So I don't know what this judge call is. Ooh, it's an away from the table judge call. Curious what, because I don't know if Philo's made a misplay here yet or done anything. There's just a brainstorm stack. Maybe it's something to do with timing. So maybe it's if can I do this in response? Does this work? Very quick answer
Yeah.
though, because they come straight
Yeah,
back
I
to
know.
the
I
table.
know. Maximilian went away from the table, so
Well, whatever happens, brainstorm resolves. Sees a prismatic vista, swords, plowshares, and a force will. Philo looking to put 2 lands back because he seems a bit land heavy.
yeah, I think I see now. Force of Will is the first card, and then I see a Ponder at the end, and I see definitely some lands.
So, just trying to work out. See, I think it's 2 lands he's putting back. We know he's got the Flooded Strand, but we know Tamio's going to flip here. And that Force Well is crucial to pick up here if there's the end step Entomb, because he's got Entomb and Reanimate already in hand.
Yeah.
So, Tamio flips, ticks up. We see a Flood Strand and a Prismatic Vista. So it looks like he's going to lead with the Prismatic Vista. I think there's also a Volcanic Island in hand. And a Flame of Arnor and a Ponder. So he plays the Flood Strand, cracks it, goes and gets a Tundra, and taps it for Ponder.
Okay. But now, even though Tilo has Force of Will in hand, we have to remember that Maximilian has access to 2 days, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he'll be able to bring a creature back from the graveyard.
He's got 1 days here, I think. I think he may have put a days back. I don't know with the
Okay.
last brainstorm.
Okay. Even though I think one will be enough, you know.
It should be. It absolutely should be.
Do you think that at this stage of the game, Atraxa is always the go-to creature? Because, for example, now seeing that Tilo has a Tamio, you might want Archon just to deal with Tamio.
I think Archon for Tamio is valuable depending what you expect, because it attracts her here. The issue is, like, sure, you can daze the Force of Will, right? So if you go for Reanimate and Philo goes for Force of Will, you could potentially daze it, but it depends what you hit off the Atraxa, right? You might hit some fantastic stuff, but yeah, he's seen the line to go for the thing.
Yeah,
Now,
because then even if when Tilo gets rid of Archon, he's way ahead because he's the one that has the Tamio Planeswalker, and
oh, you
Tilo
see,
doesn't have it anymore.
we do see double days in hand there, so that's fine.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
what I expect to happen here is for Max to go for Reanimate, maybe play a land first, but go for Reanimate, Philo to Force, days to resolve, have to pitch a second card to the resolved thing. Okay, he's going for the ponder first. Now, sees a
Okay.
force of will, 2 land. Now, that's not good. If your only blue cards are days in hand, that force of will doesn't do anything.
Okay, but I think he can cast the 1 days in response to Tilu's Force of Will, and then have his Force of Will for when Tilu has the plowshares, you know?
Right, yeah. So he's gone for land, he's gone for wasteland. The wasteland gets to hit the Tundra this turn. So he's going for reanimate. Reanimate will get hit by there will probably be a force of will in response to this reanimate. Yep, pitching a flame of an ore. That's going to get dazed. Then the wasteland's going to take out the Tundra. The only question I have for going for the Archon over Atraxa here is the swords to plowshares. Oh no, because he gets to draw the force of will from the Archon resolving.
Exactly.
So he's got the force. He's got the force for the swords. So
Oh, he doesn't play the Wasteland. I thought he was passing the turn
maybe not.
and didn't draw. Oh, okay. Now we have it.
He's already,
Okay,
yeah,
he
wasteland.
he was just resolving the trigger. Yeah.
So doesn't look good for the control player here. Has drawn a ponder, but this swords to plowshares is going to get forced. The thing is, he hasn't got the white mana for the swords anyway. So he goes to end step, plays the dress down in the end step. That gets dazed. And it's game over.
And that's it. Yeah.
I don't know if the concession was premature there, but then Tamio was 1 turn away from ulting anyway. Like, Tamio was going to tick up to 8 and then ult the next turn. So
No, and each attack of Archon is a too big of a swing. You know, it's 1 card more for you, 1 card less from the opponent, and I'm not counting even the damage. You know, so yeah, I think it was done because at that point, even if Tilu has a way to deal with Archon, maybe Maximilian has already another threat to put into play, you know. So get back the Archon or put Traxa. So because Tamio was already on the ultimate phase, he was already on 6 loyalty counters, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he was way ahead.
yeah. I mean, that's fair. There's an argument that you don't want to concede just to try and see if you can eke out of there. Like, if you can get a second sword. I mean, the thing is, you need the white source, right? So that's the big issue. Is maybe it's a case of you just can't possibly get the white source and cast double swords and still do it all in time to not die to the Archon trigger. Because you also lose life when the Archon attacks, right? So you lose 3.
Yeah, it's
they gain 3.
3-point swing.
Taking 9, so it's like 2 swings of Archon kill you there. So, yeah, probably.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Tilu was at 14 life right now, so he was going to 5. So 6 from the attack and then 3 from the trigger. So yeah, it was too much to handle.
So we do have round 5 available already. So let's see if we can get that up. As I say, we are recording the rounds today ahead of time as they happen, and then we get them. So it's a bit asynchronous, just so we can make sure we don't have any internet issues like we had last week. So let's get that loaded up. So we've got round 5 ready. Let me have a look at who we've got against each other. So let me get a look at the deck list.
It looks like we have René Hubrich and Tron. So Karns, Ugins, Kozilek's Commands, this type of deck. And we have Onur Selvi on Eldrazi Aggro.
So colorless all the way.
Yeah.
So you got Eldrazi Aggro with Eldrazi Linebreaker. So that's kind of that deck exists in Modern a little bit as well. So it's all about killing you quickly, making a bunch of spawns that you pump up with. Well, use the spawns to either pump up the Linebreaker or another creature, and you got it that heralds the end that gives all your creatures +1/+1. And the Tron deck here by Rene is Helmtron. So he has got the Helm of Obedience in the sideboard for Karn to get. So. And 4 lane line in the Void main. So really prepared for Reanimator, like really aiming to kind of hate on Reanimator deck and go, well, if I'm hating on Reanimator main, let's play the Helm. So I think looking at it, we have Red on the left and Owner on the right, or Honor. So forgive me for mispronunciation, but let's get straight into this.
Let's get to it.
Rolling Sea goes first, and they're cutting each other's and shuffling each other's decks. Looks like the roll was won by someone.
I didn't get that, but that's okay. We're gonna see in a while.
We don't know who
So
won, but they did. We saw one dice roll, and then the dice are put away. So,
okay.
unless it's like odds evens, maybe we'll find out who goes first and second anyway.
Okay, I think this might be some kind of winning in because they are both 3-1, so whoever is 4-1 maybe can draw the last round.
Yes, that's quite likely with the amount of players we've got. Owner
Okay.
being nice, showing the camera his hand, and he's
Nice.
obviously keeping. So Rene leads off with an Urza's Land. I'm not sure entirely which Urza's Land that is, but he's kept a 7 as well, and leads off with Candelabra. Owner draws a land for a turn, plays a Ancient Tomb, takes 2, and plays a Chalice for 1.
I think Chalice is not the best in this matchup because Rene doesn't have as many 1 mana cost spells. I actually think Chalice is very well positioned in the meta game with all these Tamils and Brainstorm and Ponders and Fatal Pushes, but I think it's not the best in this matchup in specific.
So, pass it back to Rene. Rene plays the Planar Nexus, immediately turning on the Tron land he's already got. So, that's at least 3 mana, if not 4. I don't know if that's a tower. It must be, because that's a Khan.
Yeah,
Oh no,
I think
he's tapped the Candelabra, so it could be.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks
So
like
he
it's
has 5 men, I guess.
yeah, so it looks like that's a power plant or a mine. Probably a power plant, looking at the art. So, pays the Khan, animates the opponent's Chalice of the Void, which kills it, because it's a 0 CMC artifact.
Okay, that's a power plant, right? It's not a tower. So yeah, he
Yeah.
had exactly 4 mana because
I
he tapped for 2 and then untap with the one from the workshop from the Planet Nexus and then 2 again, so he could cast the card.
I'm surprised he killed that. I mean, he doesn't really have any. He has only got one other 1-drop in his deck, which is the Expedition map, but he has a couple on the sideboard. But pass it back to Honor, who plays a Cavern of Souls naming Eldrazi and plays the Line Breaker and hits Khan for free. Pass it back to Rene. Rene draws for turn. So Khan has taken 3. Can it? Take a 3 down to... Yeah, so Rene... Khan's down to 3, so it can activate.
Okay, Rene has access to 7 mana now.
And that looks like a Cossacks. He's got a couple of Cossacks commands in hand. So that looks like it might be a Cossacks command for Line Breaker.
Yeah, I think he'll kill the creature and then... I know, Scry 5, right?
I don't know. I think he's torn between... There's a decision here. You're getting rid of the creature, definitely. So I think it's a choice between the Spawn and Scry 5. 5 Spawn. Okay, makes 5 Spawn. Ticks up Khan. Oh, ticks down Khan, I think. Oh no, it ticks up Khan. Okay, ticks up Khan.
Khan goes up because the attack of the Line Breaker was for 4. You know, he's a 3 power creature. With the pump, he gets to a 4 power creature on the attack. So
Right.
yeah,
That makes sense. Passes back to Owner, who plays a Wasteland, destroys the Planar.
And that's a very good mana denial because Rene had 7 mana and now he only has 2. You know.
Yep, and he follows up with an It that Heralds the End. So he's got a 2/2 now that makes his other 7-drop color spells 1 less and gives +1/+1 to all other colors creatures.
The 7 mana creatures that he has available in his deck are 3 Devourer of Destiny and 1 Sire of the 7 Deaths.
Now, Sire's quite good in this, I'd imagine, in this matchup, but the Devour of Destiny probably isn't going to do a whole lot. But we're seeing Khan getting. Oh, that's great. Khan getting the Mycosynth Flatus, casting the Mycosynth Flatus. So, if you don't know this combo from Modern before it was banned, Owner can now no longer cast anything. Khan locks out all his lands, so he physically cannot activate anything, cannot play land, activate his lands, cannot do anything. Cannot tap those for mana, mate. Nope. They're artifacts.
Yeah, even though he can attack the Karn, but Rene still has some Eldrazi spawns to block it, to chump block it. So yeah,
Yeah, he can chop block it this turn,
type
and
of
then
game.
next turn start making his thing a 6/6. Yeah, the game's over. Woo! Microsoft Lattice. It's been a long time since I've seen Microsoft Lattice in Modern, because obviously it got banned quite quickly. Not quick enough for that standard season, or that Modern season, sorry, but it was banned fairly quickly. It was around during the whole Hogak era. Or just before Hogak, because obviously of Khan being printed in War of the Spark just before Modern Horizons. That was a wild era to be in. I distinctly remember the amount of games where I was on Phoenix testing at the time, and I had the Hercules Recall, which was a fantastic
Yeah.
card, and you would just wait you'd float mana in response to them playing the Mycin Lattice, and then when they go to transition phases, hope they've already played their land for turn, and then your Hercule Recall bounce all of their permanents to their hands because they're all artifacts, and basically take over the game from there.
Yeah, I don't really like this type of combos because it's the combo that you cannot play the game anymore, but you still have to physically play the game because it doesn't kill you. It's different for example, Splinter to win, and then you say, okay, I attack you for 500. No, with Mycosynth Lattice, you have the card, you have the lattice, but I still have to do something else to kill you, even though you cannot play spells anymore. So
With Force of cards like Force of Vigor, it's a little bit easier to break that combo up. But obviously, looking at Owner's sideboard, that's not a card he has an option. So, look at the sideboard. How would you sideboard in this matchup? Owner has 3 Disruptor Flute, 2 Wasescape Battle Mage. It's the Eldrazi that has kickers of blue or green. He has 4 Dismember, 4 Leyline of the Void, and 2 the One Ring. Is there anything in there that stands out to you?
uh, I don't know. I mean, I think the flutes are okay because Rene has a lot of activated abilities, So even though if you don't name it right, you can play it after they are on the board and you can still prevent the activations. And the Waterscape Battle Mage can destroy an artifact, if I'm not mistaken. So those are pretty good. But I don't think Dismember, Leyline, and the Ring are. I mean, the Ring is always good. It's a very good card, but I don't know if it's for this matchup.
No, when your opponent's deck revolves around Khan the Great Creator, a card like the One Ring that can never be activated is a little bit difficult to bring in, and it's a little bit slow. I know you do have Ancient Tombs, you do have your Soul Lands, but a lot of your Soul Lands, like Eldrazi Temple and Ivugin, only tap for Eldrazi, or only reduce Eldrazi costs, so aren't really that effective. I agree, Disruptor Flute and Wasescape Battle Mage are probably the bring-ins if you bring anything in this matchup.
And in the side of Rene, we have one Walking Ballista, one Pity Needle, one Shadow Spear, 2 Flutes, one Liquid Metal Coating, 2 Dismember, one Snaring Bridge, one Helm of Obedience, 2 Karn Sign of Urza, 2 Argenton Masticore, and 1 Mycosynth Lattice. And from these cards, the ones that I see him bringing almost for sure are the Dismembers. You have to kill the first creatures that he plays, so you have more time to deploy your gameplay.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dismember definitely comes in. Maybe a Flute if you're worried about certain cards, but I think those are the only ones you actually bring in my mind. So Arnor, they've drawn the 7s. They've kept Arnor leads. Owner, sorry, leads off with an Ancient Tomb into a Chalice for 1. We know that's not really going to matter so much. It depends what Rene kept, but he doesn't really have a lot of 1-drops. He
Yeah,
leads
he
off
has.
with Power
He
Plant
has.
and passes back.
Yeah, René has in his deck one Candelabra of Tonus that we saw in the first game. He has one Expedition Map, and he has 4 Manifold Key. So it's 6 1-drops in the deck. So that's why I said before that I don't like Chalice very much, but maybe it can prevent it from doing something this
Yeah.
game.
And we see he did bring in the Dismember. When he passed back to Owner played a Cavern of Souls, named Eldrazi, and he has played the card we saw earlier, Glaring Fleshraker. Played a Lotus Petal afterwards, but in
Exactly.
response to the trigger, Rene was able to Dismember. So pass back to Rene. Rene has got the Planar Nexus in hand, but decides to lead off with Urza's Mine. So he's got Urza's Mine and Power Plant in play. Has Urza's Saga and a Planar Nexus, it looks like, in hand. So he can turn on all those mana next turn if he wants. Pass back to Owner. Owner draws a card and plays a second Ancient Tomb. takes 2 from the Ancient Tomb to play the It that Heralds the End, and attacks for 1 with his Spawn.
Yeah.
That's back to Rene. Rene draws a second Urza Saga.
Attacking for 1 with the spawn is not very common, right?
It,
But
it, I mean,
since it heralds the end, gives 1+1/+1 for the Eldrazi, that's possible, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, we see a card that we didn't mention from the sideboard, which is the Argentum Masticore. I haven't I didn't predict that one coming in. So it's a 5 mana 5/5 with first strike and protection from multicolor. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice it unless you discard a card. When you discard a card, destroy target non-land permanent and opponent controls with mana value less or equal to the mana value of the discarded card. So it's like a removal per se each turn, each upkeep for you. You know.
Oh, so we see he plays the Master passes back to Owner. Owner plays a third Ancient Tomb, which isn't great for him. So I wasn't expecting this Master come in. I looked at the protection multicolored and it was like, that's not great. But when you discard a card, you destroy anything with low mana value, and you'll get an aggro version of your deck. Your cards are generally going to cost more. But here we see the Battlescape Mage.
Yeah, the Waterscape Battle Mage. Yeah, dealing with the Masticore on site.
So yeah, we predicted him bringing it in. So we've seen sideboard cards from both players. So worked out. Takes care of the thing. Attacks for 3. Passes back to Rene. Rene on 12 now plays a Urza Saga and looks like he's just going to pass back. Well, look at his hand. He has Kozilek's
he's
Command.
planning to cast the Kozilek's Command on the turn of Honor.
I think his Kozilek's Command could be pretty big here. He's definitely got a lot of mana.
Right now, Honor is attacking for 6, so it's a close battle. You know, I don't know what Rene is gonna find with that Kozilek's Command, but
so Honor plays a second Chalice for 1. I think he's maybe thinking Rene's held back by the Chalice, so just wanting to replicate the Chalice because he's not casting one. Oh, what's this? That's not a Kozilek's Command. What on earth is that?
I actually don't know. Let me see.
It's a big spell being cast.
I think it's an Eldrazi Confluence.
Oh, right, the Eldrazi Confluence.
4 mana, choose 3. You can choose the modes more than one. So it almost kills a creature, which is target creature gets +3, -3. Exile target non-land permanent, then return this to the battlefield, and create a 1/1 Eldrazi that also sacrifices and makes a mana. So yeah, he just killed all the creatures from Honor.
I completely missed the Eldrazi Confluence in the deck list. That was a sweet play. Plays the Eldrazi Confluence. Owner passes back to Rene. Rene then untaps and plays the Ugin, Eye of the Storms, the new Tarkir Ugin. Ticks up, draws a card, gains some life, passes back to Owner, who untaps, and I don't know, he's looking like he's running out of resources here.
Yeah, that was too much of a swing for Owner, you know, because he had his board completely handled, and on the next turn, Rene plays a very big Planeswalker that draws an extra card every turn and gains life. So yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle from now on.
This deck looks sweet. Now, there are obviously reserve list cards in this deck. Grim Monolith, Candelabra, and the Helm of Obedience. And it's just like, if it wasn't for those Grim Monoliths, this deck would be so much easier to build.
Exactly.
But this deck looks sweet. Like, this
one in
Helm
specific, it doesn't have any of the soul lands. You know, you don't have Ancient Tomb or City of Traitors. You only have the Throne lands and then Workshop, Nexus, and Sagas. So it's pretty much like more accessible. And yeah, I mean, instead of the monoliths, the rest is pretty normal cards. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Owner on his turn plays a Thought-Knot Seer. It reveals a hand of double Kozilek's Command, another Ugin, and another Urza Saga. And I think he's looking at this and going, well, I can't beat this.
It's nice to see that Honor is a good sportsman because, like, he saw the hand and was like, okay, I cannot beat any of those cards, you know?
And just starts laughing. Yeah, Rene's got 3 Urza Saga now. Has the 2 Urza Saga in play, has a third in hand. 1 ticks up to 3, 1 ticks up to 2, makes a construct, gets another artifact from his deck, This way, he gets his one drop, so he can get like a candelabra here if he really wanted to. He can get a map, play through those chalices, and he does get the candelabra. And
Yeah, and that's another reason why chalices are not the best in this matchup, because even though he cannot play the one mana artifacts, he can search for it with a saga. So yeah, those chalices are two less cards that Honor could have had as creatures attacking, for example.
so Ugin ticks up to 11. He has a construct that can block. He can make a construct. Unless Oda has a response here, Rene could just feel comfortable playing an Urza Saga, which he does, passing the turn and untap alt Ugin.
Exactly.
And that Ugin ult basically just casts every big spell in his deck.
Yeah, that casts anything that is colorless from your deck, which is the whole deck. So yeah, I don't see Honor coming back from that.
Because it casts another Ugin, it casts a Khan, it'll cast probably all the Grim Monoliths, maybe one ring, one sphere at the end, so he doesn't stop his own spells. Actually, I'm not sure if you could put it on the stat yet, but no. Owner draws for turn, looks at his hand, looks at the board, and goes, "Yeah, that's over." So that is
Yeah,
round.
it was a nice match, but unfortunately, the Eldrazi couldn't be as fast as he wanted to beat the Mono Brown.
No, that's round 5 going to Eldrazi. Well, Tron Helm or Helm Tron, right? So that's the thing. And it wasn't even, we didn't even see Helm of Obedience. We didn't see the ley lines. I mean, the ley lines were potentially sideboarded out in that matchup because they're just not relevant.
Exactly.
And because game 1 went to the Mycent Lattice, and you know that if you resolve a Lattice in that matchup, there's nothing your opponent can do, right? You can never cast the Battle Mages. You can't do any way to actually exile the Lattice once it's in play. So I think that's the case. So that's round 5 in the books. That's the end of me and Vizos's time with you guys. So thank you very much, everyone who has joined us. We do have a couple more people. We have Olsen and Barzak. So we got a couple of other people coming in a minute. So they will be with you for round 6. Now, that was a very quick round 5. So round 6 is a little way away. So we will put a timer up for that. And thank you very much for being here. It's been a lovely day for you guys to be commentating. Hopefully everyone at home has really enjoyed all this. And I've really enjoyed spending time with you again this weekend, Vizos.
Man, thank you very much for having me, and thank you to European Unity League for giving us this opportunity. And I thank you everyone who appreciate us and stayed with us during the day. We know we make mistakes as well when we had some technical issues last week, but we're trying to do our best to bring you some action and to bring you good matchups and good magic. So I hope everyone at home is happy, and I hope to see you again soon.
Yes, yeah. Thank you very much for everyone. And yeah, I do hope I get to come back again and do this again another time. It's been a ton of fun, and I look forward to seeing you all next time.
See you.
Cheers.
Bye.